Is this for?
Yes, it is. How are you?
Contact me, John House, if you're here.
He's on his way.
I'm still hearing some feedback coming from it.
Well, this one, I think we can say on it.
Clever, huh?
You're part of the community.
Charlotte, how are you? That's
Process.
I have to put it here. So
India, Paris, and Alexander V. Hill. I have 3 grandchildren, Indigo, Maverick, and Lyle. I've been a trial lawyer in this state for almost 30 years. I'm very interested to hear what everyone has to say today. I'm accustomed to being blessed with representing Native families in all different parts of the state. I have clients that are now Navajo, Zuni, Kiowa, Laguna, Zuni, Pueblo, and those family, and then I'm very close to a family in Mescalero. So I understand that Native American cultures are not monolithic. And so I'm very interested in particular to hear what people's thoughts are about their community of interest, because the one voice, one vote concept is critical. The thing that I think is very special about this law that was passed by our legislature is that our first and primary thought process is going to be communities of interest. I hope everyone recognizes that literally in drawing maps, we do not know the political performance of the area that we are talking about, right? I mean, and so what is different in those communities is what we want to hear, all right? So that we can understand who wants to be in that one community together. We had quite a bit of discussion in Farmington about chapters and precincts being in chapter houses, the way voting occurs in that part of the Navajo Nation. I mean, it's very nitty gritty, okay, what we're looking at right now. So we really want to hear that kind of level of detail, where you want boundaries to be. And then the idea that this committee, hopefully, is going to work on consensus. We're all hearing the same information. And I have to tell you, it's been a bit of a tough week. Heard some things down in the southern part of New Mexico that were fairly disturbing to me. So I really want to hear what's real. All right, please, where, super interested from the Navajo Nation, where they see that community of interest to be, where they want the congressional lines to be, all of these, and all the pueblos and how this works together. And from the people that live there and the leadership. Okay, so thank you so much for everybody that's here today. And understand that we have a very practical job to do, right? And we're taking it very seriously, right? So maps are super important to us, and we want to see, what you want us to understand and how you want those maps to be drawn. Okay, so thank you all for being here, and you all know you can contact every single one of us to let us know if something wasn't said today that we need to know, then we want to be contacted about it. We need all the information we can get. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curtis. Mr. Salcedo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Christopher Salcedo. I was raised in Doñana County, but I've lived in Albuquerque for 25 years now. I am married. My wife is a middle school principal for APS. I have 2 children. My youngest just started his junior year of high school. So interesting time for me. I have a law practice here in Albuquerque. I've been practicing now for 22 years. I've had my own practice for over 10. Mainly we do litigation. So that's primarily my focus in the law. Without repeating many of the comments, I can just say I very much appreciate the comments made by member Michael Sanchez, and I not only agree with him, but again, appreciate the comments made. Member Lisa Curtis has described to you a little bit about what we have heard. I do not want to repeat that other than to say, please, I look forward to your comments because we're listening. There's always conflict, of course, when you're doing redistricting. You hear different comments from different communities, but please know we are listening And I am very much interested in what you have to say, so I'm excited to be here. Thank you to the Cultural Center for having us. Beautiful facility. I always enjoy being here, so thank you for hosting us today.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo. My name is Ed Chavez. I'm a native New Mexican. Grew up in Santa Fe, but working weekends and summers on small family ranches in Torrance and San Miguel counties. I've been married, since 1977. Can't do the math that quick. Have 3 adult children, 8 grandchildren. And just love my land of enchantment. I love it because it's a multicultural, multilingual state. And to me, it's the beauty of our cultures that make our land enchanting. So I don't want to say much more about that, other than to say that I did sit on the Supreme Court for 15 years. One of the cases that I wrote dealt with redistricting. And I will say that what was very clear to me is that the Navajo Nation and the multi-tribal parties worked very hard to come to compromises and submitted a plan that was adopted by the district court, in which we looked at and we studied the record. We had no disagreements with what was submitted by the Navajo Nation and multi-tribal agencies. And so your maps were adopted back then. But that doesn't mean there haven't been changes in 10 years. So I am very much looking forward to what you have to say today. One of the top priorities for us as a committee is to consider the Voting Rights Act. And you play a very significant role in that. And I want to hear from you as a result of the way I've structured the agenda today is to allow the governor to welcome us. And then we will hear from Casey Duma, who will speak to us about the DRA and also the challenges that the Native American population face in voting in New Mexico. So I look very much forward to the presentations today. The committee will likely have questions as you make your presentations or when you conclude your presentations. But with that, let's go to approval of the agenda. I would like to propose an amendment to the agenda. I told you about the minutes. We have 10 working days to prepare minutes. This calls for us to approve the ones on August 12th. Staff hasn't had time, or have I had time to go over the minutes for that. So we'd like to eliminate that. The other thing I would like to do after Mr. Duma's presentation is I would like to call on Michael Sharp. Research in Poland was not on the agenda, but I would like for Michael Sharp to give us any relevant data for purposes of this meeting, so that we can move forward, and then we will go into public comment. With that, I would seek a motion to adopt the agenda as amended, as proposed to be amended by the chair. Ryan Cangelosi moves for the approval of the amendment of the agenda as proposed to be amended. Is there a second? Ms. Curtis seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Is anybody opposed? Anybody abstain? No, it's approved unanimously. Next, for my opening remarks, I just want to go over the process again to be clear on what's going to take place with this committee. We've already had 6 meetings in 9 venues seeking public input. We were instructed or told by the legislature that we had to hold a minimum of 6 public meetings throughout the regions in central New Mexico and on 1 tribal land. We added a tribal land, so we will have another meeting tomorrow at the Santa Clara Pueblo. We've also added yet an 8th meeting. So we are trying to reach all areas of our state. For the second round of meetings, we will have on September 19th a meeting on tribal lands in Crown Point at the National Technical University. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that I've been approved to again have the second round of meetings here at the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center. So that's what we will do as far as tribal lands. The second round of meetings. Those meetings take place the last week of September and the first week of October. So after we receive public input, we now finally have Census Bureau data that research and polling is working through, trying to organize. They're gonna have to split at least 3 precincts, and I believe in 3 different counties. So there's a little bit of work to be done. They anticipate, with luck, having the data ready to go within 10 days. Once we get all the official data, we'll take the public input. We will take the official data. We will then move into the mode of trying to develop concepts for maps. Once we develop concepts for maps on September 16th, we will hold a public meeting where we deliberate and introduce the concepts and decide which concepts we will actually move forward to the public. On September 17th, we will publish those concepts to seek public input. They will be published 10 days before we begin our public meetings. And we will begin public meetings on September 28th so that the public can then take a look at what we are proposing as concepts. Once we receive that input, we'll take about a week to again, prepare the maps based on public input. And on October 15th, we will hold a public meeting to deliberate and decide which maps to recommend to the legislature. Our responsibility is to recommend a minimum of 3 maps for Congress, 3 for the House, 3 for the Senate, and 3 for the Public Education Commission. Once we submit the maps, we then have an obligation to prepare written evaluations of each map that discuss how it is that we have complied with the Redistricting Act, how it is that we have avoided diluting the strength of minority voting power, how it is that we have preserved certain communities of interest, and we will also give a measure of partisan fairness for the legislature for each single map that we introduce to the legislature. I understand we will submit the maps and the evaluations. We're scheduled for October 30th. I believe the law gives us until October 31st. But that's when we anticipate doing that. The legislature, I believe, is going to schedule a special session for early December. Whatever the legislature decides, those maps will affect elections beginning next year. So with that, there are some representatives or senators in the audience, and I'd like to defer to the Honorable Michael Sanchez because he raised the issue, and I know it's my job. I apologize. I just walked in and I didn't really pay attention.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, your staff has prepared it for you, and I have the list for you.
Well, thank you. Staff, I can't see above the first
You
row.
have that on.
Thank you, Lily. By the way, Lily is the community liaison, and when we get to the public input, she will moderate and get people up to testify. So she'll help us through that process. We will also accept testimony through Zoom, and she too will assist us in that regard. Anyway. Regis Pecos. How are you, brother? Regis Pecos is here with us. Governor Brian Rayo? I'm sorry, is that the correct pronunciation?
Yeah.
From Acoma?
You please stand so we can recognize you.
Yes. From Laguna, Governor Martin Coemen. Councilman Cucate, thank you so much. President Edward Velarde of the Jicarilla Apaches. Lieutenant Governor Pearson Siao of Acoma. Senator Shendo. Senator Poe. Representative Linton. Representative Lewis. Representative Caballero. And Rio. Austin Wakey. Yappy. Keegan King. Thank you.
Chairman,
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think I'm about 99.9% sure that Mr. Kelly is our former U.S. Attorney for the district in New Mexico, Mr. John Kelly.
Next, Governor Herrera. Would you like to make some welcoming remarks?
Your bio is gonna do that.
Okay.
Watsi hopa, we taka tawa hoa si Shreya some of the school, Shreya hopa, when the siege got some scholars got you timish, timish. But only see a dash siege go to get tawa hoa si destroy. Tawa and it's looking to see Sawa Chuna. That's so hard to timish, Irish timish, Sahana timish, inchikta, but to a tapanish. That's hooching ta patch. Stau to Hoochen, as we go, where interesting our fast ramen at the Duke de Emish. Oh, I see shocked. But I see you are shoot some to Good afternoon. My name is Brian Bayo, and I'm the governor of the Pueblo of Acoma. I am also standing in for the chairman of the All Pueblo Council of Governors, former Governor Wilfred Herrera, who unfortunately could not join us this afternoon. So I will be providing a statement on behalf of the All Pueblo Council of Governors. Thank you again for the opportunity to come before you this afternoon, and it's really great to meet all of you. Thank you for those great introductions. They were very helpful. So on behalf of the All Pueblo Council of Governors, comprised of the 20 Pueblos of New Mexico and Texas, we welcome the Citizens Redistricting Committee and honorable guests to Pueblo Trust land stewarded by the 19 Pueblos of New Mexico. The Pueblo governors appreciate the Citizens Redistricting Committee for making the commitment to host a series of these critical meetings on tribal trust lands. Outside of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, many Pueblo governors, including myself, would have welcomed you to our present-day reservation homelands. However, our Pueblos are facing increased positive COVID-19 cases, and our public health orders remain in effect, some which call for closure of our communities. Before I go further, I would like to take a moment of silence, if I may, at this time to honor our Pueblo relatives who we have lost during this pandemic. Thank you. Many of those whom we have lost are our spiritual leaders, our elders, and those who were the knowledge keepers. In the 5 languages of Keres, Tiwa, Tewa, Toa, and Zuni. This incredibly difficult moment is an experience our Pueblos have had to endure over the course of colonialism, genocide, and forced cultural assimilation. In the Pueblo's collective experience, we have faced innumerable challenges to our cultural preservation. The federal boarding schools era from 1890 to 1960 is a reminder of that time. We do thank Secretary Deb Haaland, our relative, for taking the challenge to account on behalf of the federal government the period of forced cultural assimilation that took place only 60 years ago. We stand on those grounds where many of our foremothers and fathers were forcibly removed, hundreds of miles away from the care of their mothers and families. The sad reality is many of our children never returned home. Just days ago, on August 10th, the Pueblos celebrated the 341st anniversary of the Pueblo Revolt. In 1680, our communities acted to preserve our people, our languages, our traditions against the Spanish impositions on our way of life. We are here because of our ancestors' incredible strength and commitment to maintain our languages, cultures, and traditions. The Pueblo Revolt was led by the All Pueblo Council of Governors, the collective body that Pueblo leadership has utilized in our own self-determination as a cooperative body of advocacy since the first recorded meeting with Spanish leadership and Pueblo leadership at Kilo Pueblo in 1598. We come before you recounting significant periods in the Pueblo's collective history to not only share our pain, but announce that we have retained our culture and our traditions, and we honor our ancestors and our sacred trust to steward landscapes beyond our existing reservation boundaries. We remain to be caretakers of the Greater Chaco region, Mount Taylor, the Sandia Mountain Range, the Jemez Mountain Range, and many other landscapes important to our way of life. You will learn that many of the elements we continue to fight for are the connection to the landscapes beyond current reservation boundaries that will be important to the development of maps for the 2021 redistricting efforts. As a member of the All Pueblo Council of Governors, we come before you to share the importance of incorporating into the 2021 redistricting efforts maps composed by and endorsed by the Pueblos. The All Pueblo Council of Governors has been charged to advance the doctrine of self-determination, which align to principles consistent with state and federal law. The Pueblos stand united in our advocacy. 10 years ago, Pueblo governors, along with leadership of the Navajo Nation and the Jicarilla Apache Nation, worked together to develop redistricting maps that provided the opportunity for our people to elect candidates of our choosing. Our united efforts proved successful, and we understand the power of our collective voice in the 2021 New Mexico redistricting process. In closing, we thank the Citizens Redistricting Committee for hearing and for learning from the Pueblos today. We welcome an ongoing cooperative relationship with you and receive your endorsement of the maps the Pueblos seek to advance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Casey Duma. Casey Duma.
Good morning. My name is Casey Duma. I am from the Pueblo of Laguna, as well as Hopi Tewa. I was raised in the Pueblo of Laguna, went to elementary school, Head Start, middle school, all up there. Like many of you all, I'm an attorney, as well as the co-chair of the All Pueblo Council of Governors Redistricting Committee. I had the fortunate experience of 10 years ago being able to represent the multi-tribal plaintiffs in the litigation. Some of you, I recall some familiar faces in the room here, and certainly thankful for this process this time around. We see throughout the history of redistricting, the engagement of tribal leadership and Pueblo leadership as being the focal point of our efforts. So 10 years ago, as the Pueblo leadership engaged in this process, as we recall the history of redistricting, some of which the critique was in the past sessions where legislative committees would take the show on the road, get input, and not use that input. So when we think about how engaging this process is this time around, we're very thankful for your commitment, the time you take away from your families to be here with us, to hear the concerns of the citizens of this state. And so to understand the Pueblo leadership's redistricting efforts is to take a little walk through history. Because to understand where our people are at, the boundaries of our reservations, our connections to ancestral homelands, our brothers and sisters who now occupy and live in urban communities, all of that has been impacted through policy and law throughout the years. So to understand the concepts of self-determination, the concepts of voting rights, and understand that what will be eventually the maps that we propose to the committee, it's important to take a look at the efforts of history to disenfranchise Native people from voting. So as Pueblo leadership has expressed, this collective effort of moving together, walking together collectively, that has been the goal of the redistricting process. 10 years ago, that was the goal. So you can imagine 20 plus sovereign government trying to make a decision, trying to come to a consensus around a set of maps. And that's a hard task. That's a very hard task in any setting. But the commitment made by each of the leadership was to ensure that they spoke with a collective voice, that the vetting of the issues, to understand what the ramifications are for every boundary modification, the Pueblo leadership 2000 and 2011 was very attentive as well as today. And so when we think about the importance of history, and if we can go to the next slide, the concept of federal policy. When we look at why there's a lot of urban Indian population in the cities. You take, for example, Laguna Pueblo with close to 9,000 members, half of them living off the reservation. That's a direct consequence of a lot of policies that have been in place that were intent to remove our peoples from our traditional homelands. So we take a quick step through federal policy and we start looking at the evolution of tribal governance in the more modern context. You know, we have this underscore here in New Mexico of the colonial history. But even in that colonial history, you will find that Pueblo leaders have engaged in the processes at hand. At that time, they were called the protectors of the Indians within Spanish law that allowed for Pueblo leadership to advocate to that particular body. So you see, going all the way back to the 1600s, Pueblo leadership advocating in those settings, in using the law to achieve their objectives, to secure the protection of their homelands. And so Pueblo leadership is engaged in these types of processes. They're very adaptive to the processes at hand. And so if we look back to early Indian removal era, we understand that the policy of removal of tribal peoples from their homelands impacted so many people across this country. Here in New Mexico, the Pueblos remain in the homelands in which they were first contacted with, for the most part. The other side of the spectrum is that many Pueblos that once existed are no longer here. So the connections to our homelands, our ancestral homelands, and you'll hear those words coming from our governors today, of the connections to various places that are no longer inside our reservation boundaries. And that's very important because many of the issues that we advocate on are issues that pertain to things that fall outside those reservation boundaries. So oftentimes we can get boxed in as Native people to issues that are only within our reservation boundaries. But as you will see and you'll hear from leadership today, there are many issues that extend beyond those boundaries. And so when we look at this reservation period, we begin to think about the type of voice that Native people had to engage. At this time, Native people were not considered citizens of the United States government. And so you think about the types of history and the types of culture of engaging into the political process, it certainly hasn't been there, from the onset of this country. Fast forward into this assimilation era. Governor Vial spoke just a while ago about the history of removing children from their communities through the boarding school process. Just right across the road was the Albuquerque Indian School. My grandmother went to school there. Many others went to school there as well. And that process of removing the Indianness from Native children was the policy at that time. Removing them from the homelands, from the comforts of home, to disassociate them from the communal nature of our communities. That had a real impact on our people. And one of the other things you saw as a side effect, though, is you saw a lot of intertribal relationships happen there, where, before you had relationships with just your own people, you knew who was there from Laguna Pueblo and Acoma Pueblo. When you started going to boarding school, things happened, right? And all of a sudden, my grandma's from Acoma, my grandfather's from Laguna. Or in my case, my mother's side, Laguna Pueblo, my dad's side, Hopi Taylor from Arizona, as a product of boarding schools. And so you see the development of our communities begin to shape where our relationships, those ancient ancestral relationships, begin to grow even more as a byproduct of that era. And we look to, at this time period of assimilation, 1924 is when the United States granted citizenship to Native people. So it wasn't until 1924 in which the Indian Citizenship Act provided citizenship to Native people. But that did not come with the right to vote for many Native people. Here in New Mexico, that did not transpire until 1948. And even in some cases until 1962. And so those circumstances of building that tradition of voting is not within the collective memory of many of our own grandparents. That was something that was not a part of the culture as well within our own communities, because in New Mexico, very uniquely, many of our Pueblo governments still have those traditional forms of government, those traditional forms of leadership, as you see the individuals in this room, where it's not like a county election. It's not like a city election or a federal election. It's this very special practice of appointments being made, a selection of leaders. So even within Pueblo communities, you're not having an active engagement of voting for a leader. And so you begin to understand in some communities why it's difficult to get voter engagement into our communities. And you compound that with the disenfranchisement of Native vote, and you can see where we have evolved from that time. So when we began to look at that era of the Indian Reorganization Act, where finally, after coming through this assimilation period, where the destabilization of Native communities was the goal, the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934 began this acknowledgement of tribal governance, that the Pueblo governors that you see here, who have a legacy of governing since time immemorial, for the longest time, despite having some of the longest lasting governments, weren't giving the full acknowledgement until 1930s. And you see, out of that type of leadership, we've had many great leaders advocate on behalf of our people. And so, as federal policy goes, it shifts. And though we came from an era of Indian Reorganization Act of acknowledging tribal governance, we moved into the termination era in the 50s, where the goal is the federal government, let us move away from this federal trust responsibility. Let's remove that special status from tribal governments, with the end goal of more loss of land from our tribal communities, less respect for tribal sovereignty. And also in this era of termination was what he called the Indian Relocation Program, where you see now you have high populations of urban Native communities in cities like Albuquerque, Gallup, Dallas, Denver, Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, where the goal of that policy was to encourage Native people to move away from the communities. that the sooner you leave your communities, the better they are. And so what spawned out throughout that time period was a huge increase in urban Native populations that still remains for a large part today. Those strongholds of those cities like Denver, like Albuquerque, where you have a huge Native population within those cities. And so policy impacted that. And as we move into another era of the shifting federal policy of self-determination, we begin to see the federal government take another look of acknowledging that tribes know what's best for their own people, that the failed experiments of dictating to tribal governments on behalf of the federal government what the federal government felt was in their best interest was constantly failing throughout the country. And the acknowledgement that tribal governments, tribal leadership knew what was best for their people. So this era of self-determination, the acknowledgement of tribal communities to make decisions upon themselves is something that we are riding that wave continuously. So as federal policy has shifted, tribal leaders have still maintained a strong stance on asserting that their ability, that self-determination, the ability to make decisions on behalf of their people, that they know what's best for their people, is something that's very crucial to our leadership. And it was very fundamental 10 years ago through the redistricting process. So if we can move to the next slide, please. Thank you. This concept of sovereignty being a pretty common term you'll hear from time to time amongst tribal leadership. But the acknowledgement of tribes as sovereign nations is built into federal law. And that's something that oftentimes we often contend with when you hear, why do tribes, it's often quoted like they get special treatment, treating them as though they're some special interest groups, when the foundation of federal law has acknowledged that the relationship between the federal government, tribal governments, is one that's based on this mutual respect of sovereign to sovereign, government to government relations. And so, we look to that history of seeing also the United States Supreme Court, because one of the critiques that we often hear as tribal governments is, well, they're given special treatment because it's a racial preference. But what has been acknowledged through time is the political nature of the relationship between tribal governments and the federal governments, as well as the relationship to state governments. So the relationship between the states and tribes has not always been good, as we can recall that history. Oftentimes federal courts, the United States Supreme Court will often cite that relationship as hostile, characterizing the states as some of the tribe's worst enemies, given the types of laws that were attempted to be applied to tribal governments and Native people. So that relationship has gone through many factors. And here in New Mexico, you can see the proactive nature of public governments has really begun to shift that type of relationship into a more positive light as more representation has been available to our people. So it correlates the policies of the state, correlate to the types of individuals we have in those seats of representation. And so we begin to look at just being thankful for the folks who we have in the room here. We have Native representatives, Native senators, a thing we couldn't say a couple decades ago. And that's something that has been able to transform the relationship between the state government, as well as now in the federal government, where we have one of our own sitting at the cabinet secretary. And so if we can move to the next slide, please. This concept of self-determination, consultation, and informed consent, this is built into federal law. So when tribes are advocating this strong commitment to consultation, to working collaboratively, it's because they have a history of this type of relationship. Like 2009, the State Tribal Collaboration Act provided that type of mandate to state agencies to consult with tribal governments, to be at the forefront, even requiring the governor of the state to meet with tribal governments. So that was a reflection of a larger federal policy of consultation that we see, and tribal governments engage with federal agencies on a daily basis in these types of consultations, because the acknowledgement is that the actions that impact tribes, we need to know from tribal leadership how those ramifications will impact. And so tribal leadership is engaged constantly into these types of sessions of consultation. And sometimes they are not meaningful. Sometimes the invitation is there, but the input is not taken in. And so we have that I would say that third eye of really engaging and making sure the process is meaningful. And so that the input that is being submitted is being addressed and really taken seriously. And that was the approach 10 years ago into the redistricting process, was to really engage, because the maps that were going to be proposed, tribal leadership wanted to know that if they put their stamp of approval on a consensus map, that it had gone through many filters of decision-making, negotiations, analysis, those types of due diligence that satisfied not only the Voting Rights Act and the redistricting principles, but also met the needs of each pueblo and each tribe. And so to understand this concept of self-determination, consultation, and consent, that's a forefront of engagement with tribal leadership, something that is very sacred in a sense. And we can move to the next slide. So when we think about tribal nations today, we think about the many types of issues that we have to address. And the leadership today will be expressing to you those types of issues and the ways they collaborate with one another, the ways we collaborate with other tribes, that links our lands to one another, that links our communities together. Because often if you just look at the map and look at tribal lands, you might not see the connections. A tribe up here may be too far for another tribe to be connected. But as you'll hear from the leadership today, those connections are very obvious. They've been historical as well as current. And so just looking at a map of tribal lands would not give you all of the types of connections that many of our leadership will elaborate on today. And if we can go to the next slide, please. So we think about communities of interest. Pueblo communities are very diverse, as mentioned. We're farmers, or ranchers, or basketball players, or doctors, or lawyers. We have all of those components within our communities. We have economic development on one level and economic development on a lower level. There's many facets to our communities that link each other together. And because we've been in this area since time immemorial, our connections to other communities as well still remain strong. You talk to an old Pueblo rancher, and they'll tell you about the relationship with different Navajo communities when they were younger, and even till today, around ranching activities. You talk with folks in our communities, and they'll tell you their friends in the local land grant communities that they went to school with and grew up with and played basketball and baseball with and football. Those types of relationships still are very strong, because as communities, at some point you have to realize we have to work together. And some issues we are very supportive, and then some issues can be divisive, and we see those from time to time. And tribal leadership has that duty of trying to manage those relationships. So in one particular picture down here on the lower left is a feast day picture. Many of you are aware of the Pueblo feast days that happen. And for example, in the Pueblo of Laguna, there's a certain area on the other side of the hill there where prior to the feast day, days before, Navajo people would come, and that's where they would make their camp. Prior to the feast day, they would go trade. Pueblo farmers would go take melons and corns, and they would have sheep, and they would trade, and they have this whole relationship building. Year after year, they would formalize those relationships and strengthen those bonds and continue those relationships. Many of you know and have experienced those feast day, our feast day activities will know the enduring relationships that continue just based upon that one day, that one opportunity to connect communities together. Pueblo people are very welcoming people in that sense. That's one of our core values, of being welcoming, of being open to feed someone as when they come through the door, to be able to make sure that they're taken care of while they're in our presence. Those are some enduring Pueblo values that have really allowed our communities to work together, to see issues collectively. And so, as you will hear from the leadership today, those types of issues, when it comes time to advocate, the relationships and the bonds that have been existing for generations, they're able to pick up right at that point and move forward. And so those values of Pueblo communities are very much evident in our everyday life. So when we think about Pueblo communities, this is just a brief overview of the tribes in New Mexico and tribal lands. And like I mentioned, if one was not familiar with our communities, just looking at the map, you would say, well, there's huge gaps in these areas. And obviously these communities are not connected. That's too far to be, they're too far north to be there. But as you will hear today, the connections that we have they transcend these reservation boundaries. They extend not only within the state of New Mexico, but they extend to many other different states. And that's the extent of the connection that we have to places and people. You can move to the next slide. So when we think of Pueblo languages, the very important languages that you hear being spoken today, then the commitment to maintaining those language, the linkages of the CRC Pueblos, the Tewa Pueblos, Tiwa Pueblos, Towa Pueblos, and the Zuni Pueblo, those linguistic connections that we have with one another, that shared language is also one of those connecting features that we have amongst ourselves, where those relationships built on language and our connection to one another has been forged throughout the years. And oftentimes they have a shared history with one another. So there was a time in Pueblo history where the movements and the migrations were very fluid. And so we have a lot of history with one another, whether it's through clans, whether it's stories of people that once came from this particular Pueblo and now lives in this Pueblo. Those stories are very relevant in our modern day history. And we look at the different types of organizations surrounded by that kind of form these Pueblo alliances. The All Pueblo Councils of Governors, who are here today and represented, the 5 Sandoval Indian Pueblos, the 8 Northern Indian Pueblos Council. All of those organizations work for the benefit of Pueblo people and are focused on different regional areas. And there's other organizations worth noting. The Apache Alliance, which also is formed from the different Apache tribes, not only in New Mexico, but in Arizona and Oklahoma. Those are organizations that transcend boundaries and transcend states, as well as the National Congress of American Indians, in which many of the Pueblos here are engaged in on national advocacy efforts. So when it comes to Native issues, borders and boundaries of that nature really don't mean much. The issues at hand, the advocacy will transcend boundaries, whether it's county boundaries, state boundaries, or even national boundaries, with our brothers and sisters up north, Canada, south into Mexico and South America. Those connections are being made constantly. So when we think about voting rights and kind of what brings us here today, this history of Mr. Miguel Trujillo from the Sleta Pueblo, we talked about Native people only getting the right to vote in 1948. If you think about the history of Mr. Miguel Trujillo, a veteran who fought for his country, now coming back and wants to exercise his right to vote and is told that he cannot vote because the Constitution of the state of New Mexico bars him from voting due to a provision that basically said that Indians not taxed cannot vote. And so fortunately, the court at that time did not buy into that argument that Native people were not allowed to vote. And so Miguel Trujillo really has to be honored for the commitment he made to securing that right to vote for Native people. And so when we think about what has transpired since then, there's still been these practices of voter disenfranchisement that occurs. And we think about more recently, when we think about 1948, the Miguel Trujillo, and then 1962, those cases regarding Navajo people that also questioned their ability to vote in state elections. And the very important part, and to reiterate, is the history in the culture that's built up in so many people and so many families of voting as a tradition is one that hasn't been afforded to many Native people in this state. And so building that momentum to get in voter engagement initiatives, building the momentum to really engage our communities is something that's ongoing. We don't have generations of that established. It's very infancy. And many of the folks in this room have been engaged in our communities and can share with you those types of history of how Pueblo people have felt disenfranchised from the process. And so when we think about it, 10 years ago when we were going through this redistricting process, there was two counties still under consent decree from DOJ. Cibola County and Sandoval County. So at that time, the history of a lot of these counties was not providing viable access to Native American voters. And so whether that came in the form of translators in the native language, or just having the ability to do basic voter registration, those types of problems resulted in consent decrees. We all understand the nature of what happened with the Voting Rights Act in 2013. So, those types of consent decrees, are no longer in play, but still the need to protect Native American voting rights is still very much at the forefront of not only here in New Mexico, but as you can see nationwide, the state of Arizona next door to us passing legislation that makes it difficult for Native people to vote. The voter ID laws that are happening in the state of Montana that are restricting many Native people who don't have an address, a street address to their homes. And like many of our communities, we didn't get street addresses till, just a couple, maybe a decade ago. Everybody used the PO box. That goes the same way in a lot of rural communities in Indian country. And so we still have that dilemma at the forefront, and we can see direct correlation to the types of contributions Native people have made to the electoral process, where they become a decisive factor in elections. And so we could see the Arizona having a direct result of the Native population voting shifted the election outcome. And so we see those things correspond, and it's hard to those types of incidents away from how tribes look at redistricting and seeing what types of challenges that we have in front of us. So when we think about this process and we think about 2001, and we really have to give credit to Hickory Apache, who is here today, Hickory Apache Nation, for really holding that fire with Navajo Nation back in 2001, as well as in 2011. Their momentum really gave rise to many of the Pueblos engaging in 2011. And when we think about this process is based on consensus building, as mentioned. The legislative session, that was a very intense process. We understood in 2011, the very political nature of the redistricting process, that even though the sessions were happening throughout the state, we understood where the decisions were being made in Santa Fe regarding those maps. So Pueblo leadership knew that's where they had to be. They had to be in those meetings and pushing their maps based and on solid foundation with the Voting Rights Act and those traditional redistricting principles. That was something that the Pueblo leadership understood. If we can base our maps and tie them to the Voting Rights Act and those traditional redistricting principles, we know that we have strong footing to stand on. So there was many proposals coming from different places, and sometimes they didn't mesh with our analysis of the Voting Rights Act and those traditional redistricting principles. And the leadership knew that was not going to be a good approach to take. So that filtering process, the decision-making process, that consensus building process factored in all of those elements into the decision. And so those are something that was very important. And so when the case went from the legislative session into court, big decisions were made of who was going to step up to carry that fight into the court. The Pueblo of Zuni, the Pueblo of Acoma, the Pueblo of Laguna, the Pueblo of Isleta, the Pueblo of Santa Ana, the Hickory Apache, all stepped up with the guidance coming also from the All Pueblo Council of Governors at that time, collectively being engaged in that process, because they knew that the ripple effect of the 6 Pueblos being and the Hickory Apache being involved in that would impact all of the tribes in the area. So collectively, still during the litigation, they walked together. And so if you think about the fast-paced nature of redistricting, of how responsive communities have to be to the proposed maps that are being submitted, it was a very fast process for a lot of Pueblo leadership. They had to adapt their own decision-making processes to meet the need of the redistricting pace. And so they were very disciplined in that process. And that, I think, this time around is very critical, is to understand the process of Pueblo decision-making. It is very thorough, very engaged. And one thing that's very important, and a lesson learned from 2011, both in the legislative session and the litigation session, is because redistricting is so polarized around Democrats, Republicans, and the partisan language that's thrown around, tribes don't speak in that language. They don't speak in terms of Democrat, Republican. Their issues resonate. They're looking for candidates that will respond to their issues. They're looking for candidates that will respond to their needs when it pertains to our lands, our waters, and our people. And so that was very different for the discussions that were happening in the legislature. That was very different for the discussions happening in litigation, because the assumption was, well, tribes are just going to be for this political party, so we're not going to really engage with you because we already know where you want to stand. And tribal leadership was there thinking, if they only knew, we don't see in those terms. You know, we can, if there is a candidate that's willing to support this issue, we're going to engage with them, because oftentimes our communities don't have the luxury of engaging in that type of political discourse that's very divisive. They have to provide results for their people because it's that important. So that's a very important thing to understand, that when Pueblo leadership is looking through the lens of redistricting, they're looking at those who can respond to their needs. You know, and that's very consistent with, you know, the nonpartisan nature of your analysis that you have before you. And that's something that's very critical to our Pueblo leadership. So when we think about, you know, this whole process, think about that the end game that we think about as Native people and having representation. You know, what better example than to highlight one of our very own, Deborah Holland from Laguna Pueblo, who's from, you know, from where I grew up. I went to law school with Deborah Holland, and seeing her make her entryway with voter engagement, registering people to vote, and eventually leading to this process of her now having a cabinet secretary position. That is the hopes of many of our people, is to find that type of representation of those people who know our communities, those people that can understand our issues. Oftentimes, we've had to rely on folks that maybe don't have those shared interests, and we try to make connections just as, you know, as much as we can. But the benefit of having districts where the percentages of the voting age population of Native people can help us elect the candidate of our choice, that is something that's very critical as an outcome. And the Pueblo leadership understands that we're trying to create opportunities to elect candidates that can respond to our issues. And so what you'll hear today from our leadership is not only how our communities are connected, where they see their communities of interest, but also the responsive nature of the representatives that we do have, the responsiveness to our issues, and sometimes the frustration they have in going through this political process of having to constantly educate a leader on issues that are very much of high importance. And so thinking about the strategy, and one thing that is important to convey is this decision-making process. There are many people that will propose maps. They'll propose different types of maps that maybe do not take into consideration what's in the best interest of Native people. And the public leadership understands that they have also a duty to advocate and let you know whether those maps are not the best interest of local people and Native people. And so in conclusion, what is essential for this time we have today is to help you understand that our connections, our issues transcend our reservation boundaries. Our issues are based upon a firm understanding of our own core values that prompt us to advocate for the things that mean everything to us: language, education for our children, protection of areas sacred to us. All of that you'll hear today from our Pueblo leadership and how they convey the importance of these areas. And so when we looked at 10 years ago, when we looked at districts, at that time, there was very political issues happening. On Mount Taylor, there was the influx of interest of uranium mining. And so we saw maps being proposed that would isolate Mount Taylor away from a district that had Laguna and Acoma, right? That were right at the base of the mountain. Pueblo leadership advocated very strongly that those were not in our best interest, that they wanted to be in a district that had Mount Taylor in their district because that mountain was sacred. You know, different areas of significance will be important for our Pueblo communities, and they'll convey that to you, in which areas are important to them. So you'll see that those areas are what they're factoring in when they have the boundaries that they submit to the committee. The thing that's different this time around, we're still getting the data and getting the ability to really dice up the numbers according to everything that's going to be supplied. So the negotiation process of tribal leadership is still ongoing. There's still, once those numbers come in and we can really dig into them, there's going to be a lot more decisions being made and discussions. The leadership has made that commitment, though, to be engaged in this process. And so if there's anything to convey, is that when you receive the maps from Pueblo leadership and tribal leadership, know that it has been through an extensive process of decision making. And that is a part of the culture of tribal leadership, the culture of really deliberating intentionally and talking these things through. And it's a beautiful act of governance that many of you, or if you're fortunate to see these types of discussions, you don't hear the partisan nature of the ugly discourse that happen in the community. It's about the issues. It's about the things that mean most to our communities. So I want to thank you all today for this time to share with you. And certainly we offer and extend that hand. If there's any questions you have regarding our communities, we're here to answer those, and we're here to provide you the most information you can to carry out your duties as a community. So I want to thank you here today.
Thank you, Mr. Yuma, for the important reminder of our history and also for the roadmap for today's discussion. You're right on target with what we need. And you mentioned data. Did any members of the committee have any questions for Mr. Yuma? Okay.
I just had a comment, Justice.
Sure.
This is Joaquin Sanchez. Mr. Duma, thank you very much for that presentation. And I appreciate learning that narrative and the, and that ongoing story And I finally came to this realization when I met you the first time, along with Mr. King and Ms. Carrillo and Mr. Pecos, that part of the process that you all have done and been doing for several redistricting cycles now is what we're trying to do with this Citizens Redistricting Committee. So the fact that you all went to your respective communities and then came together, I think that's a strength, and that is done in the context of resistance, resilience, and power. I just have a deep appreciation for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. I do recall the battles that you had 10 years ago and how much work you all put into that. I also recognize that people didn't join in with you without a lot of kicking and screaming. So I appreciate the efforts that you made last year. And I look forward to 10 years ago, and I look forward to your comments today. Speaking of data, I'm going to have Michael Sharp just make a brief presentation of what data might be relevant to today's meeting. It's not that data is the beginning and end of our analysis. It's the beginning, but the most important part is the people and their values, their beliefs, and interests and needs. But Michael, will you have a PowerPoint for us?
Thank you, Justice Chavez, Chair. So I'm just going to try to do a brief, I think I heard the clue in there. It's a brief comment. I have a lot more than brief, so I'll try to hit the highlights. Let's see here. I think I'm disabled.
Screen sharing? Oh.
Go for it.
And then remember to turn the mic back
Okay, so I'm just gonna, oh, sorry, my bad. Thank you. I just wanted to real quickly go through the census data was released on Thursday, so just 2 days ago. And we already knew the state's population to run 117,522. And the state grew by about 2.8%. So in general, when you're looking at the districts, if a district did not grow by 2.8% exactly, if it grew by more than that, then the deviation for that district will be above zero. If it grew less than that, the deviation will be less than zero. In terms of population change, previous decades, just a little bit of history in 5 seconds. 1990 was about to 2000 was about 20%, 2000 2010 was about 13%. In this past decade, growth was a lot less in terms of growth rate, so just under 3%. Just a chart to show you over time, just the raw numbers, and you can see a pretty steady increase and then just a slight increase in raw numbers for the state of New Mexico. See, I'm going to flip through. So I have a table of lots of population stuff, but I wanted to get to really regionally what's almost more important in terms of drawing districts. And so these are actual numbers from the 2020 census. In past meetings, we've shown estimates, but these are actual numbers, so we need to be able to throw it in. So every county that has a population or a population growth is colored in green. Every population that had a population decline, a county that had a population decline is in red. And so you can see they're grouped in green roughly, metro area, roughly, out to Santa Fe and Rio Grande, Taos, McKinley, and San Juan has experienced some decline in population. So that has implications for the districts in that area. In the southern part of the state, southeastern part of the state, it's experienced growth just along the southern end. And so generally speaking, the districts in that area would either be within our allowable deviation of 10% total deviation for the CRC guidelines, or they might be above the allowable deviation. So the districts in these areas more than likely would need to shrink a little bit or adjust between each other. That was percent growth. This is broad numbers, same basic math, but in raw numbers. With the county with the highest number of the highest growth was Seminole County with 17,000 people. And the county with the lowest, or the greatest decline in population was San Juan with about 18,000 decline in population. Regionally, the Northwest region was the only one to lose population, and there are other regions gained population, with the eastern part of the state gaining most, or growing most. So we'll flip through a bunch of these. Just a quick comparison in terms of the racial and ethnic profile of New Mexico. With respect to comparing 2010 to 2020, the census reports numbers, total population. They also report numbers, non-Hispanic population. So generally, we're looking at the Hispanic population, and then the rest is non-Hispanic, white, non-Hispanic, Native American, and so on. So with respect to the percent Hispanic in the state, 10 years ago, it was about 46%, and it grew by about 1.5 points according to the latest census over the past 10 years. With respect to the Native American population, the non-Hispanic Native American population, it stayed roughly the same according to the census. It grew a little bit in terms of its share of the state's population. Non-Hispanic white declined by about 4 points, from 40.5 to 36.5. And then African American and Asian were both roughly, or just under 2% for this past, or for 2020. And then the category other, where on the census form you don't have to choose white, Asian American, African American, Hawaii Pacific Islander. You can just choose other. So that's about an increase of about 1.5 points. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing real quick. And I wanted to touch on the Native American population real quick. I don't have a slide for it, but so you saw that amongst the non-Hispanic Native American population, it made up about 9% of the state's population. That's among non-Hispanics. On the census form, you can choose Hispanic, non-Hispanic, and so on. But if you just basically say you combine everybody who chose the category Native American, regardless of Hispanic or non-Hispanic, the percent Native American alone, what we say, the respondents only chose the Native American category. That's about 10%. So when you include non-Hispanic Native American, and they only chose non-Hispanic plus non-Hispanic alone, it's about 10%. So it grew by about 1%. If you then say the other way is you have multiracial categories, somebody can say I'm white, I'm Native American, I'm Black, or any combination of about 6 races. When you combine all the responses, anybody who marked Native American across any or all of the categories, the percent Native American increased to about 12.5%. So you can say you're Native American and white and Black and Asian and Hawaii Pacific Islander. That person could be considered in that. So it's interesting to see the changes in Native American population when you look at the profiles within the state. In terms of the pueblos, just a quick rundown, about 12 of the pueblos increased in population. According to the census, about 7 declined in population. So, but overall, the pueblos as a group increased in population. Jicarilla, Escalera, and Navajo all increased. And so that's the rough, hopefully quick breakdown, big picture description of New Mexico's population. It did grow a little bit. It just showed you I think a racial profile of New Mexico as a state. I could go into some deviation information to show patterns, but I think I'll pause for a moment and get to comments unless you wanted to see that type of information.
Any questions from the committee? Thank you, Michael. I think we'll go straight to public input. Lily?
Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Next up, we have Mr. Regis Pecos. Sir, are there any maps you'd like to hold up? Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and to the honorable members of this commission, to the honorable governors present, the tribal leaders, the honorable members of our legislature and special guests. My name is Regis Pecos. I'm the former governor of Cochiti Pueblo. I serve as the co-director of the Leadership Institute based in Santa Fe on the campus of the Santa Fe Indian School. It is an indigenous think tank. It is convener of pueblos and tribes to discuss the many challenges that are that evolve from policies and laws, many over the last 100 years, as the basis of the response to all issues that we deal with on a local, state, and national level. It's my honor on behalf of the All Pueblo Council of Governors to give you a broader context with regard to something I heard you discuss yesterday on the radio, and I commented how very well articulated the point was and how precise you were with regard to the importance of communities of interest. And that is my task here to share with all of you. And it is one that must begin as indigenous peoples of this land, as the first peoples of this land that we now know as the state of New Mexico, in the broader context, the United States of America. And so to discuss appropriately the worldview from where Mr. Casey Duma articulated many of the responses are currently, we must appreciate the context that begins even further back in time for oral communities. And that is starting at a point using the CRC language as a reference, as our elders teach us. Shamiha mahe, papa kumumo ita ta'awachani. It's a yukta ashanit yana. It's a tuka ya nikutno tuhonami hatiziti matakut trati. That teaching makes a reference very similar for every culture and society in this world. And that is, there is a time of origin, there is a time of creation. In Pueblo worldview, we know it as a time of emergence, a time when we came from the spiritual world into this physical world. And in our Leadership Institute, we use that paradigm as a place from which we respond to issues across the timeline, across the entire spectrum, with ways in which our peoples are affected, our tribal communities are affected, and our nations are affected. And so beginning with that reference of the time of emergence, we use the reference that at that time of emergence, as we are taught in our oral societies, that the Creator gifted to us all that would be necessary for the maintenance of a healthy mind, body, and spirit, and prescribed to us the gift of a way of life. And we refer to these as the gifts of the Creator that begins with the recognition of the gift of Mother Earth upon the very land and body as we emerge spiritually into this physical world, that we first step foot on. And the Creator gifted us language as the means that we would use in our life journey for the meaningful engagement in a prescribed way of life. And the Creator gifted us the ultimate prescribed way of life that society defines as religion. But as our elders teach us, is a way of life that is not a practice and adherence for 1 hour out of one day or one day out of the week. But as we are consciously engaged, it's every minute, every hour of each day and beyond. As time reflects, is that way of life. And in all of our migration stories, there are places that our ancestors traveled. And at many other places in those migrations to the place that we now know to be center points of our existence to this very day. It was mentioned that Pueblo people remain where first contact occurred. Those are the center places that our forefathers purposely migrated to, that we know to be the center points of our existence. And so in all of our songs, in all of our prayers, in all of these stories, from one generation to another, in our oral society, what I am sharing with you with regards to what is defined as community of interest in this time, in this discussion, for this purpose, for Pueblo people, predates the United States, predates the state of New Mexico. And so as we will show you in the second round, the overlays of those places gifted, those places that represent, as our elders define, that this total place that we know as the environment, the ecosystem, all of that, in the best way that it can be described, is known as our cathedral. Altars across the entire landscape of what we know to be, in your words, the blessed inheritance of this land of enchantment, from where we continue, as our forefathers reference, since that time, it is how we begin. It is what is handed down orally from one generation to another. It is what you will continue to hear from our tribal leaders. And I am very heartened with your comments, Senator Sanchez, and to you, Senator, for the articulation that this is a different time and this is a different process. It is not the same approach of politicizing the manner in which previous processes determine representation to fulfill the principles of equity and justice in our engagement in this democracy. It's very heartening to hear in this time, in a time when the nation is challenged with incredible turmoil, and perhaps it is what you, Senator, referred to as very troublesome to hear, that it is what our elders have shared with us in their teachings. As Mr. Duma referred to the core values that guide our lives, gifted to us by our Creator, our elders teach us that when we deviate from these core values, it is the time that we become part of a process of self-destruction. And that is, I believe, what we are seeing. To just make a point to how much we appreciate the opening remarks that the two of you and others made, because nowhere with regard to what we are sharing will ever be provided to you to deepen the appreciation and then heighten the awareness with regard to our worldview and with regard to the whole definition of communities of interest. that predates the United States. And as we have inherited the ultimate sacred trust, as our tribal leaders will refer to, as I was given in our traditional governance system, following our customary laws of governance, the survivor of colonialism, one of the few governance systems in the world that is a combined response to the time of the imposition of the Spaniards, colonizers upon our lands, and the way in which former governor, Lieutenant Governor Alvin Warren defined the ingenious of Pueblo adaptation, to take the forms of secular Spanish governance systems and institutions and Catholicism, and resolve for the Pueblo people, combining our gift of a way of life with Catholicism, combining the secular governance system imposed by the Spanish upon these lands with Pueblo customary laws and governance that created the uniqueness of theocracies found nowhere else in the world but here. From what I call, in the complexities of the turmoil of that time, the reality that we are children as a result of that cultural communion of that time. So even as our history reflects great turmoil and conflict, there is a reflection of a spirit that there is a way to resolve these conflicts, to create the kind of balance that is represented by this kind of adaptation. And so as these gifts defined ultimately in the conveyance of responsibility of Pueblo governance by the medicine people and the cultural leaders, gifted to those who rise as a result of knowledge, as a result of language that results in the cultural knowledge and the importance of the sustaining of the spirit of these gifts gifted to us by the Creator. That is the ultimate obligation and responsibility before anything else by the medicine people, as we are given the responsibility of a sacred trust to be the guardians, to be the stewards, to be the protectors of language, of land, of a way of life, of governance, of families, of children, of communities, of resources symbolized by the ultimate gift of the life giver for all living things as water is. But you know, over the many centuries and the impositions of Spain and Mexico and the articulation of the impositions of policies and laws that Mr. Duma shared most recently with the United States, at the heart of our survival have been, as our elders teach us, that the greatest expression of our love to the gifts of the Creator is how we respond when those gifts are threatened. Because the ultimate sacred trust and responsibility is what we do to respond, to be guardians, stewards, and protectors. Because in the fulfillment of that ultimate sacred trust to the next generation is to adhere to the tenets and the covenants of that way of life. As the ultimate fulfillment of our sacred trust is how we respond to give to the next generation all that we inherited from the previous generation that defines who we are. So while the challenge is tremendous that the United nations would define the deliberate developments of policies and laws to destroy those systems and structures to be among the worst crimes against humanity. That the sacrifices to fulfill that sacred trust by every generation before us has resulted in what we can still stand here to say as the governor or as the representative begin in the language that survived those onslaughts. To open with prayer, that we could hear the beautiful language of Karis from the governor of Yakima, and that I could share with you the beginnings of how these gifts were provided, defining our way of life in my language, gifted to me by the people who sacrificed to gift to us of one generation to the next, that we are obligated to give to those to follow. The children yet to be born is the reference. I was once that spirit yet to be born, that the sacrifices resulted in gifted me everything that defines who I am, defined by the core values to adhere to that way of life. And yet in our process, throughout history, the oldest, longest living beings indigenous to these lands long before there was the United States of America are the very people bringing testimony to you about what matters most in equity and just representation, to participate, to fulfill that sacred trust on behalf of their children, their communities, and their nations. But this country has not always been kind to appreciate our worldview, our interpretation, and that what I am telling you has not always been valid to scholars, have not always been valid to the courts, determining the disconnect from our lands, the perpetuation of the destruction of sacred places of worship, cultural resources provided to sustain us mentally, physically, and spiritually. It has not always been accepted because that history comes from oral societies, not from the books and documents recorded over time. But with the leadership and the young people emerging, in the last 20 years, cases have come before our state Supreme Court with arguments that come from a cultural perspective that I am sharing with you, that in the name of communities of interest, protecting sacred places like Mount Taylor, to still be within their domain to protect what was gifted to them as an altar and a place of pilgrimage for the purpose of continuing to draw and build and grow one's sense of spirituality in this way of life gifted to us. Water, the most precious gift, the giver of all life, has most recently been accorded the right for the indigenous peoples to maintain and secure water rights in one of the oldest adjudicated water rights cases in New Mexico that lasted for almost 60 years, finally settled. But even greater is the court's support and acknowledgement that from a cultural perspective, the sovereign nations of New Mexico not only had the right to establish water quality standards, but even deeper was the court's recognition that the cultural articulation in the protection of water also had to do with the cultural use of water in ceremony to now be a legitimate argument legally that the court accepted. I don't know how many people know that in the United States Constitution, the only ones who were left out, even as this country was founded upon the free exercise of religion, the only people who were omitted from the United States Constitution were the indigenous peoples of this place. And not until 1978, with the American Indian Religious Freedom Act, was that restored for the first time not too long ago. And the courts have finally embraced, the highest court in the United States has embraced the cultural arguments for the protection of these sacred places. And this United States of America, who once was a nation intent to kill the most precious gift for the meaningful engagement in the gift of a way of life, the United States of America attempted to kill our mother tongue. But in 1990, it reversed its course, and now by federal law, the United States assumes support for the preservation of the languages they once intended to kill, and conceive policies and laws to do just that. But the languages endured with great sacrifice. And so I'm telling you that in this most recent history is now the acknowledgement of what was never a valid acknowledgement of indigenous oral history. But in the last 30 and 40 years, it has now become a legitimate part of the legal arguments to preserve, to protect, as stewards and guardians, as protectors of what we were gifted by the Creator to sustain our way of life. So I'm sharing with you that the communities of interest principles is really at the heart of what every tribal leader will present and provide testimony, because that is at the very heart of the fulfillment of the sacred trust to all other future generations. And while there may be others who will articulate and argue special interest considerations, ours is not politicized. Ours is something that predates this country, this state, as indigenous peoples of these lands. And I don't think that that is a whole lot to ask for upon our own lands to protect all of what was gifted to us, prescribed for us in our way of life by the Creator, as our elders say, since time immemorial. So I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the members of the commission. You know, we are currently in a time that we are forced to respond to the relevance of education, not just for Native children, but for all children. Because what you are hearing is something that education generally has robbed all of us of. That as adults, we may be hearing this, as citizens of New Mexico, hearing this for the first time, a perspective from Pueblo people, a perspective from the Dene, a perspective from the Jicarilla Apache Nation, a perspective by the Mescalero Apache Nation. It is not Indian history. It is our history. We are all a part of that history. But the process has always put all of that on our shoulders as if we alone are responsible. And yet the litany of the history of policies and laws are not of our making. Those are the policies and laws intentionally created to kill every gift that the Creator gifted to us that defines who we are. And that is at the very heart. That is what is the most fundamental aspect of our engagement in this process. And we are honored to have our own members, Representative Lente, Representative Georgine Lewis, Representative Caballero, Senator Shendo, Senator Pinto, Senator McKenna. This is of a recent making. Senator, we spent the better part of our lives in the legislature, almost 30 years. And we saw how politicized this was, how partisan it was. And that's what touched my heart today, to hear your words. Touch my heart with your words, because it is a reflection that perhaps we are at a different time. Justice Chavez, and to all of you members of this commission, that there will be a diminished politicization. And as we are presenting a articulation of our definition coming from Oral Society's community of interest principles, I hope it is something that in this engagement as a citizen body for the first time in our history, that it would not be so difficult to have the things that we acknowledge to be the most primary interest for our cultural survival. That's all we ask. And we thank you for your service to this process, and we respect your response. And I would only ask you to open your minds and your hearts as you listen with patience. And as we know in our oral societies, we can take a long time in what we have to share. But that is the nature of oral societies, of engaging by word of mouth in this kind of shared learning to deepen our appreciation, our understanding, and at the same time heighten it with open minds and hearts to appreciate our part, our point, and our contribution to this process. Thank you all very much.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question of Mr. Pecos?
Yes.
Mr. Pecos, first, thank you for your comments. I just, I was thoroughly moved by them, and it feels like I've been on a lifelong search for not diminishing politics, but reframing it and redefining it. And I think part of the challenge that we've faced, in our recent past as a country, as a state, as communities, is we've confused partisanship with politics. And I think community is the basic building block of politics, as you stated. And so I guess what I'm asking is an invitation to have an ongoing conversation, because I'd like to understand this better. And I want to bring it to my classroom. I want to bring it to my school. And I'd like it to become a much more public dialogue. So I don't know what that looks like yet, but I just resonated with much of what you said.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Chairman, I failed to transition to introduce Mr. Terran Villa from the Pueblo of Jemez. The All Pueblo Council of Governors is now very intentional with regard to the inclusion of young people contributing to this dialogue. And it established as one of its principal standing committees, a youth committee. And Mr. Terran Villa is that representative. And it is a conscious effort, one, to include the young minds and the next generation of leaders in this process. So I'm going to give him the opportunity. I gave you the oral history of the definition of community of interest principles. He's going to further articulate those points with regard to the more recent ways in which furthers the kind of collective definitions of community of interest based on the commonalities across Pueblos, Apaches, and the Diné. Mr. Villa.
Welcome, Mr. Villa.
Honorable members of the Citizens Redistricting Committee, governors, and respective guests. My name is Taryn Villa. Sorry, a little too tall for this. Thank you. My name is Taryn Villa. I'm from the Pueblo of Jemez. Before I go any further, I'd just like to introduce myself in my language of Tola. I give special time and she said that oh they want ash Malay. Okay, Golishna. At in a kiwi galake. Okay, all it's na the mind it again just said you must lady go who know that will kino that will punish telephone safe for station okay was there okay that don't you quit and quit and quit don't you quit and don't you leading or that all big as a or don't we on 8 then you know in our qua calculation that in our qua kiwi that we do have to lead again and then the on the day we should buy an a map on the for sheep but that can then all king who that about a quay a lie but in that now a quick a operation for then I go quick and say that all then the no vision how for sheep and she thought that she said that all the actually. So again, honorable members of the Citizens Redistricting Committee, governors, and honorable guests, my name is Taryn Villa from the Pueblo of Jemez. As shared and articulated by Mr. Regis Pecos, the Pueblo people are a deep and profound, proud people of the United States of America. And the communities of interest that we, the governors, have been advancing since the establishment of not only the lands that have become known to the Spanish, the Mexican, and now the United States, are important to the ongoing and living cultures and traditions that we maintain today. And I just want to share a story with you about one significant community of interest. But before I do that, I want to define for you of how the New Mexico Legislative Council has defined what a community of interest is at the state level. And that is that the Legislative Council Service Guide to State and Congressional Redistricting, a community of interest is defined as a community defined by actual shared interests, be they political, social, or economic. And as I serve as a staff member for the All Pueblo Council of Governors, one of the most precious and beautiful elements of the All Pueblo Council of Governors is that it predates even that of the United States of America. And it has been advocating on the behalf of the Pueblo interests since that time when Spanish leadership first came and set ground onto the territory of stewardship of our Pueblo leaders. And the Pueblo leaders at the time, over 80 in delegation, met at Iwa Pueblo, known now as the Santo Domingo Pueblo, which serves as the heart of the Pueblo nations. And what the Pueblo nations are, the greater body of stewardship. And at that time, the Spanish leadership account that the Pueblo leaders were an immense body of organization, similar to that of many others, such in Rome and other civilizations. But I shared that story and I count one of the most significant communities of interest that the All Pueblo Council of Governors continues to advocate for, which is for the preservation and the protection of the Greater Chaco region. So in 1907, the Chaco Cultural, what is now known as the Chaco Culture National Historical Park, was established as a result of movements by President Theodore Roosevelt in the late 1800s to preserve the sacred landscapes and the pristine wilderness, because as Manifest Destiny was traveling westward away from the eastern portion of the United States and the continent, the president at the time was looking to preserve those landscapes. But what was at the expense of preserving the landscapes? It was removing our traditions, our culture, our people from the places that they had once known. And in the situation of the Chaco Culture National Historical Park, as it is now known, in 1907, as a result of the policy in the late 1800s, became a place of which was known, was advocated for by archaeologists and other advocates in the archaeological community, which established the Chaco National Monument. And that was in 1907. That was 5 years before the state of New Mexico had become a state. That was during the same time when in the 1880s that the federal government was advancing the Religious Crimes Code. So many of our Pueblo traditions were in underground hiding to maintain the Pueblo traditions and everything that makes us who we are, from our languages to any of the customs that would happen on the traditional cycle and according to the traditional calendar that we hold to maintain us. And during that time period, the Religious Crimes Code extended from the 1880s to the 1930s. So this wasn't the first time, mind you, that Pueblo leadership and the Pueblos altogether had to take their religions underneath into secret so that they could preserve and maintain them. But it is a situation that during that time period, Pueblo leadership were also looking to be defined as Indians themselves. So during that time period, it was a situation where the United States, although it's assumed the territory of New Mexico. New Mexico was a territory from the 1840s to 1912 as it finally became a state. But the Pueblo Indians were not defined as an Indian during that time period, although we have been the first in the indigenous nations and the first peoples on this continent. But as we look back into what resulted in the Chaco culture or the Chaco National Monument, is a result of other people. It is a result of archaeologists going to this pristine and beautiful landscape, which has been accounted as a World Heritage Site today, as one of the most beautiful places that has contributed to world history. And we have that now as something that New Mexico can look to as a place of pristine celebration. And because at that time, Pueblo leadership were facing other battles, right? The discussion of landscape and access to that place for Pueblo people was never considered. And the landscape and many of the cultural spaces that Pueblo leadership utilized during that time period, let alone the fact that they couldn't exercise the right to vote, they still maintain the relationships to these landscapes. And Chaco Canyon, for those who don't know, the distance from here, if you drive by car, it's at least a 3-hour drive. And that's if there's no rain, if there's no other weather conditions permitting your travel to the existing national park. So the All Pueblo Council of Governors have been advancing and calling for greater protections of the region, because like that, a similar situation in the 1980s, archaeologists, the ones who were the primary advocates on behalf of the park, found that there was significant outliers, those that are different than Pueblo Bonito, many of the significant structures that Western society believes to be significant, but with increased technology from what it is that archaeologists look to maintain and define within the history, and within the literature. And during the 1980s, there was a moment in time that they called upon the federal government to expand the park's boundaries to include the outliers. But as we have come into the 21st century, Pueblo leadership has looked to regain its access, not in the underground way that has been advanced and passed, but through federal legislation. And most recently, the All Pueblo Council of Governors being looking to secure one of its most important communities of interest, which is the Greater Chaco region that has been inflicted and impacted by encroachments of oil and gas lease development since the 1980s, has been looking to secure and protect that place with additional measures. So one example, and I just articulated to you the history of how, although the Pueblos have been in existence in this northwest or southwest region of the United States since time immemorial, there's been advancements of protections on a landscape that were not according to our interests, but according to somebody else's. And that's just one example, committee members, that the Pueblos continue to advocate and fight for. Most recently, at the in the 2010 decade, Mount Taylor was another place that was advocated for. The Sandia Mountains remain a significant place for the Pueblo people and our ongoing connections, as well as any of the other landscapes. So I just want to share that the All Pueblo Council of Governors has been advocating and articulating positions to protect and preserve these landscapes, and it has been doing so despite the existing reservation boundaries that they have been confined to, not because of their own doing, but because of implications of Western expansion, implications of 3 sovereign nations impeding on our reservation boundaries and our ancestral ties. So aside from the preservation of the communities of interest tied to the landscapes, in order to ensure that we have that preservation to the landscape, what is important is the language to maintain that connection. And as Mr. Pecos has shared, the gift of the Creator is one of those gifts of the Creator is language to maintain that connection. And in 2014, the pre-litigation occurred from many advocates, but in order to address the long history of the challenges that Pueblos and other minorities in the state have been advocating for, in this situation, a community of interest to preserve our heritage languages and the languages that connect the Pueblos to these significant landscapes. And through that, in 2018, the Yossi Martinez Court had made a decision calling the state for making a significant change to address these issues. And the All Pueblo Council of Governors has held and maintained through official action by adopting resolutions prior to the litigation, when the litigation was addressed and handed down by the court, and even now, as it remains a significant community of interest for the Pueblo people. And to conclude, one of the other elements of community of interest important to the Pueblos collectively is the infrastructure. As Mr. Casey Duma and all the advocates before me have articulated, the federal trust obligations that are preeminent in the relationship between the Pueblos and the state and also the United States is that trust obligation based on the inflictions of policy in order for the Pueblos themselves to be able to maintain their self-governance. And many of the infrastructure that has been adopted into the Pueblo communities has been over 50, 60 years old. And the Pueblos, because of that ongoing, the relationship, the cooperating body that is the All Pueblo Council of Governors, that they have called for many years to improve the infrastructure needs of our Pueblos, to address the Yossi Martinez lawsuit, to address the situations of adequate housing that we have all been accustomed and heightenedness of awareness for adequate water and resources because of the pandemic have shown us. But I just wanted to articulate those 3 different points, highlighting that many of these communities of interest, such as landscapes, such as languages, such as infrastructure in our communities, have been done so with the direction of others, and it hasn't been with the influence of the Pueblos. And I share that the All Pueblo Council of Governors, on behalf of the chairman of the All Pueblo Council of Governors, continues to articulate that the Pueblos themselves need to be involved in those discussions. But with that, citizens redistricting committee members, that is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Villa. Any questions for Mr. Villa? Thank you, Mr. Villa. Let's take 10 minutes. We'll take a 10-minute break, but I think we have a lot of people who want to share their stories with us, so let's make it 10 minutes. It's 3:17. We'll be back at 3:27.
All right, folks, we're gonna go to the podium again.
All right. Who is the next speaker?
We have Council Member Arden Kukate.
Good afternoon. Each and every one of you honorable citizens, redistricting committee members, and distinguished town governors, audience, really an honor to be here. I want to honor you for this very significant and important public discussion that's being expressed today. It's a lot of, really good and important information that we're all hearing about today, and how we correlate that into some sort of a tangible direction is something that I think we're all talking about today. So on behalf of Zuni, first and foremost, I wanted to thank the IPCC for hosting the location of the meeting, and also the governor from Pueblo Zuni, Governor Pantia, and Tribal Council sends their regards. And I am Arden Kukati for the record, and I come from the Sun Clan and a member of the Crane trial. And I wanted to just kind of reflect a little bit on the Zuni Pueblo history in relation to what we're talking about redistricting. The Pueblo of Zuni is highly invested in the New Mexico redistricting. In 2011, the Zuni Pueblo was one of the 6 tribal plaintiffs known as the multi-tribal plaintiffs. At that time, our leadership recognized the value of engaging in the redistricting process, and we were thankful when the court successfully adopted our maps. With intensive collaboration with our sister Pueblos, Jicarilla Apache Nation, and the Navajo Nation, we advocated for maps that place Zuni Pueblo in New Mexico Senate District 4 and 30, House District 6, and Congressional Districts 2 and 3. The Zuni Pueblo's decision to place Zuni precincts in multiple districts in the New Mexico Senate and the Congressional Districts was based on connections to our ancestral lands and to ensure we had access to representation to our communities of interest. Our goal today is the same as in 2011. We aim to create voting districts that allow Native Americans to elect the candidate of our choice. So, looking at the Zuni Pueblo communities of interest, we're gonna make sure that to understand the Pueblo of Zuni communities of interest, one must look beyond our current reservation boundaries and see through the lens of our Zuni worldview. Zuni Pueblo maintains a connection to our ancestral lands that span across New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, and Colorado. While these lands are not within our current reservation boundaries, our connections to these lands are just as strong today as they were in the days of our ancestral people. We maintain strong connections to our sister Pueblos and the Navajo Nation, and share a connection to sacred places like the Zuni Salt Lake, Mount Taylor, Taco Canyon, and the Almalpais area. Our ancient alliances continue to this day as we participate in the All Pueblo Council of Governors, advocating for issues that benefit the lives of all Pueblo people. Together, we have pushed for respect for our sacred sites, educational reform, natural resources, waterways, and healthy lifestyles. Collectively, we took a unified position to oppose mining activity that threatened the health of our people and the land. Zuni Pueblo, along with other Pueblos, heavily opposed the Arizona Salt River project that threatened the water table that supplies the Salt Lake area. We understand that our Pueblo and tribal people share connections to these sacred places, and we work together to protect these special places. So having to say that, looking at the interest of the Pueblo of Zuni and making process, we just kind of want to go on record to say that we assert the findings of Judge Hall's redistricting decision in 2012 that tribal communities are in the best position to determine what is best for their own communities. Likewise, the Pueblo of Zuni knows what is best for its people, including the voting boundaries that impact our people. Our redistricting decisions are not made lightly, but with thoughtful deliberation by building consensus with our sister Pueblos and the tribes and built on a foundation that reflects the Voting Rights Act and traditional redistricting principles. So we ask the Citizens Redistricting Committee to respect our right to self-determination and our ability to decide what is best for our people. So on behalf of the Pueblo of Zuni Governor and the Lieutenant Governor and Tribal Council, this is our position statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lieutenant Governor Martin Kawemi from Laguna. Oh, Governor, I apologize.
Jumutjamse, kuitjamse, omanti tala starshop seopa. Sai watchna kunasa. Trana stanestia, si kaiutse, tietna. Lonama, si you. The crow, do it, I just want to welcome, I'm very humbled to be here to present this redistricting to the committee. And today, the Pueblo of Laguna welcomes the Citizens Redistricting Committee to listen and engage the Pueblo's leadership and our communities. We come here to share our vision of redistricting process that embraces tribal input and, more importantly, incorporate our input into maps that Citizens Redistricting Committee will eventually recommend to the New Mexico legislature. Like our Pueblo governments here, Laguna Pueblo was active in the 2011 New Mexico redistricting process. As a plaintiff in the 2011 New Mexico redistricting litigation, our purpose was clear: create as many majority Native American districts and influence districts that provide Native Americans the opportunity to elect candidates of our choice. Today, we are here to convey our commitment to engage in the redistricting process and ensure the Citizens Redistricting Committee understands our thoughts processes when we share what communities of interest mean to us. The Pueblo Laguna reservation land is situated in multiple counties, including Cibola, Bernalillo, Valencia, and Sandoval counties. With nearly 9,000 Laguna member citizens, approximately half live within Laguna Pueblo lands, and many of people living in Albuquerque, Grants, and throughout the country and the world. Laguna Pueblo has a history of establishing Laguna colonies in places like Albuquerque, Gallup, Towns, Arizona, and California. These colonies provide an opportunity for our people living away from Laguna Pueblo to remain connected to our homelands by providing the colonies a formal voice in their governance of our people. The migration of our people is not a new development. A portion of our Laguna people migrated to Isleta. People in the 1800s, and on this day, we still acknowledge the connection to our people that the Isleta people took in. As Laguna Pueblo, we remain connected to our ancestral lands, not in our reservation boundaries, places like Mount Taylor, Zuni Salt Lake, Chaco Canyon, Mesa Verde, and Zuni Mountains, the Rio San Jose River, the Rio Perco River, and the mountains towards Magdalena remain significant in our culture and way of life. We have not forgotten our sacred connections in these places despite these areas not being within our borders. And also the significance of our clan system is very important to our way of life because it's our mother that we recognizes us when we as we pray every day. That's that recognition that we continue to use, and as we go back home, that's who our mother recognizes with that clan system and our native names. Our people continue to carry on our sacred practices in these areas, including as our medicine, harvesting traditional food, and conducting our sacred hunting play practices. As pueblos, nations, and tribes, we have worked closely with one another to protect lands, water, and people. For example, Laguna Pueblo, Acma Pueblo, Zuni Pueblo, and the Navajo Nation work together to designate Mount Taylor as a traditional cultural property. Additionally, we have worked together to oppose mining interests and interests in and around Mount Taylor. Additionally, our Pueblo people continue our collective efforts to protect the greater Chaco Canyon area from the threats of extractive practices that threaten our sacred sites. The 2021 New Mexico redistricting will affect the voting rights of tribal members for the next decade. The ability of Native Americans to elect representatives of their choice will impact our ability to develop economically, obtain sufficient education, protect critical cultural properties, and protect our people and lands from the adverse economic development that threatens the health and safety of our climate. The principles of self-determination should be afforded to Pueblo nations and tribes. We identify the communities of interest that are most important to us. It is vital for our citizens redistricting committee to understand that our Pueblo's decision-making process focuses on building consensus amongst our fellow Pueblo and tribal leadership when it comes to redistricting. Together, we examine different retentions of maps, review the data, and discuss the pros and cons of those boundaries. We rely on the Voting Rights Act and the traditional redistricting principles to guide our decisions, so we support maps that provide Native American an opportunity to elect a candidate of our choice, and we support it by law. We hold firm to the principles of self-determination. We strongly agree that Native communities are in the best position to determine our communities of interest as they contribute to the design of the district boundaries. Other groups and organizations will be submitting maps to you that assume what is best for our communities without taking the time to reach out to the Pueblo and tribal leadership. We ask you to take the concern with this approach. The consequences of redistricting are too vital for our communities to be ignored. I thank you all for your efforts and for going a new path in the New Mexico redistricting process. May your travels throughout the state bring you safely home to your loved ones, and may your deliberations be guided by wisdom, patience, and compassion for the people of this land. And I didn't introduce myself earlier, and I am the current governor for the Pueblo Laguna, and I'm currently retired. And also with me, I brought the First Lieutenant Ken Tiller and Councilman Mark Romero from Pueblo. Appreciate the thought that we do need this. So thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Any questions? Thank you, Governor.
Next, we have President Edward Velarde from Hickory Apache. Sir, would you like to make any comments?
Joe, greeted committee chairperson, and all the people that are here in this room. I haven't heard anything about redistricting, but I'm just hearing history. So what's going on? I thought I'd come here for a redistricting, you know. But I would like to add to the story of the history. It's a classroom setting, little kids, you know. There's an elder gentleman that was talking to them, and one of the kids asked the elder, "Why do we live on reservation?" And the elder said, well, in the beginning, I think these three people right here alluded to the history of the creator, the gift, you know. But back then they said that, well, actually, it's supposed to be like this, is that the land is for everybody. We're supposed to share the land with the animals. Anything that's out there, that any living animal, that's all we're supposed to share with them. Nobody owns it. We share it. Until, you know, the Europeans came around, they divided, you know, they destroyed the land. Now we have, you know, contaminated air, soil, water. So that's kind of like a result of what, you know, it shouldn't be that way, but it happened that way because people start dividing stuff, putting fences, putting, you know, that's what we're doing today. To me, that's still a division of the people. We should all be working together and not, you know, not dividing lines between us. That's the way I understand it from this little, in this comment that I just mentioned. So keep that in mind. Also, if you go through the talking to different people, different locations, I hope it's not just a formality. You know, you go back to your legislator and say, oh yeah, we talked to these people. And yet behind it, you already made up your mind. I hope it's not that way. Listen to these people. Listen to, you know, every one of them. Take heed of what they're saying. Make it right for them. Also, when I came in this afternoon, I read the word fair redistrict. I hope it's fair, I said to myself. But it's the way we are now, I am satisfied with our representatives, our two representatives that we have, and they did a good job for us, and I support them. So if anything goes that way, that would be my position, is to support them. But anything else, I hope you guys do it fair. That's all I ask you guys. And listen to them, please. I know from your credentials, I think most of you are lawyers. I don't know that's the intent behind it. No, I look at things differently. I kind of back up and look at the whole picture, see what's going on. So that's the way I operate. So that way, no one is at a disadvantage. No one is, you know, everybody's treated equal then. That's the way I look at it. So I hope, you know, as you continue this process, please be fair to my people. Okay, even though we have succeeded 11 years ago, but we're still pushing. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, President Bernardo. As I understand it, Representative Lente and Senator Shendo, you're very satisfied with them as your representatives? Yes. Any other questions? Next, Lily.
Next, we have Lieutenant Governor Sayo from Acoma.
Governor Bio.
Oh, Governor.
That's my problem.
Chairman, good afternoon. Again, my comments will be brief. As you've heard, the statement that I delivered on behalf of the El Pueblo Council of Governors, and you've heard a wealth of information this afternoon from some key leaders among our tribes. And I guess that would be, I just want to reiterate the issue of land and our footprint on this landscape. It's really important that we understand this. It's taken a long time for us to reach a point when we can articulate these messages to our policymakers, not only at the state level, but also on the federal level. And it has not been an easy road. One of the former governors recently told me, he said, Governor, you're like the poster child of travel consultation. And I didn't really know how to take that. But I think I know what he was referring to. And one of the things that I've been referencing, I'm serving a third term, an appointed term as governor at Acoma. And when I was appointed in 2019 as governor, it had been 27 years since I served as a tribal official. And I was just taken aback by the fact that tribal consultation by some of our federal and state agencies were still bringing us together and asking the same questions. And that our responses still were not being considered in the decision-making process. And I don't understand this. We have gone through just recently a series of consultations based on President Biden's memorandum for calling for consultation among all of the agencies, for those federal agencies to review their consultation process, Native American tribes. And I hope that 27 years from now, or even in the next 4 years, that tribal leaders are not being brought to the table again, only to go through another formality. And I think that this redistricting process, which is something very new to me, and I admittedly, when this was brought to my attention, I had absolutely no idea, because I had not gone through this process. But thanks to many experts who are in the room this afternoon, really provided me with the rationale, the process for doing this. And I was very thankful that my tribe and others in this last process stood their ground. Unfortunately, it led to a lawsuit. And I have to say that that should not have been necessary. My own tribe, even during a global pandemic, had to sue the federal government just to keep a hospital open. So I have great trust in the members of this committee to work closely with us in this process, to understand, and please to reach out to our experts and to us at the tribal level when you're uncertain of what maybe we might propose. And to understand our thought process. Because as has been articulated very well today, we do this for our communities, for our people, and the futures of our people. And there's a lot at stake. The global pandemic has made it very clear. Many issues have been brought to the forefront as a result of this experience that we are all living. There's a lot at stake. So let's take the advantage of this opportunity together to do the right thing, to create more balance and equity for our Native American people. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Billy?
Next up, we have Senator Schinder.
Tío, si estoy, pero si de todo, fuimos de toda la piso para estar, creo que todo pecho algo, fuimos ahí, estamos guay, porque yo fui para no lo que yo puedo poner que se. Although show we not he no show no we are no king we no show it like you but although I was on the just on mask good that although kino I was say on go lo che vuole quello che non che poi sono qui sono che don't o pronto o lo dai io non lo so o che io show qui no che quando to look che poi sono ta non sa anche io mo io lo chiamo esatto mo to lì che lo punto che non lo sai quello todo qui da ton si no la non lo qui da ton si qui non lo qui che non so allora look ja no che no te no show ne un massa da non aspetto non qui vi ho come no qui da non quello ne un ta lo qui po ne mo che ho vedo quello ta lo qui da giù no lo che poi poi no con tipo un so io non ta lo da lo giorno lo qui lo quello che mi lo tempo non lo qui ho mostra lo se to qui ho lo da non do lo che io te ho da ne come ta although it's a battle that she thought she's a year. It's greetings and Haman's and some remarks in my own language. As you heard, look at the map earlier from Mr. Pecos, and we're very lucky still in Haman's. We are the sole surviving village that speaks Toba. Just under 4,000 members. Nowhere else in the world are you going to hear this language. I think that's why the maintenance of these languages is so important to our communities and our way of life, to pass this on to our children and our grandchildren. And when we talk about, our historical connections to places, it's not just within the exterior boundaries of our reservations that's important to us. For us, the boundaries are much more expansive. For us, Pecos area is very important to us. The last survivors of Pecos left the village in 1838. Some ended up in Cochiti, a few at San Domingo, and the rest of them continued over the mountains to join Jemez, who was also a Toa-speaking village. To this day, the society that came from Pecos is still very much alive in our home. And the sacred places that's important to them is still very much a part of our way of life in that society in the Pecos area. So when we talk about what's important to us, it's not just within the boundaries of our reservation. It's much more. I have some prepared remarks, but then I think we've heard a lot, so I'm not going to share those. I'm just going to reiterate, I think, in terms of what I've heard today from the leadership. And I want to thank Honorable Chavez and members of the commission, our former floor leader, Senator Sanchez, former Senator Curtis. And I want to thank all of you that are serving in this capacity, because it takes a lot of time and energy. I've been gone from home all week. The first few days of this pack, I've been in Santa Fe, Thursday, Friday, we've been in Taos for water and natural resources. So, it's nice to stand for now to make my remarks. I was very lucky, I think you heard, to be raised by a family, that was important in our traditional way of life, but also for education. I was very blessed because both of my grandfathers were spiritual leaders as well as my father. So I'm blessed to be able to speak the language in the way, that I was taught, and passing that on to my children and their children. Here with me is my daughter, Eileen Shendo. She graduated from University of Colorado, just like that. And my son's a chef in this cafeteria. So if you want to eat here, hey, there he is, Benjamin Shendo. He decided to not go north, but he decided to go south, and he's a alumnus of NMSU.
Right.
So there we go. So we're spread out and so forth. But what I heard from our leaders today, and I think those that have spoken on prior to myself, is the whole concept of self-determination. What does that mean? I think through the history, you kind of got an understanding of that. The creation of maps to reflect what's important to those tribes, not just to be part of it, but to lead it. And I think that came pretty clear. These districts that are going to be created will define, our political boundaries for the next 10 years. And who they get to elect and to advocate for them is important. We've been in this area for a long time, as you've heard. But the politics of what we know today is very recent. And I have to thank, my predecessor, in Jemez, because I think Jemez for a long time, had some of the best voting, and the people always say, how come Jemez is so engaged? And we have to thank Mr. Augustine Sando, who in the late 60s ran for San Diego County Commission. And I remember my dad was the baseball coach for the Jemez Eagles for over 20 years when we still had, the semi-pro leagues. And I remember Augustine coming to the games on Sunday, to get the Eagles to all huddle after the game. And my dad would say, everybody, this is Augustine, he's running for this. We need to go out and tell your families to vote. And that's how really Jemez started. And then we had Roger Magdalena that ended up being on the San Diego County Commission. Then he was the first Pueblo member to serve in the House. And in 2013, I had the privilege to serve as the first Pueblo in the Senate. My colleague here at that time, who was our majority floor leader, and I've had the honor, for the last 9 years to serve, as a senator for the Pueblo of Jemez, Zia, Santa Ana, San Felipe, Santa Ana, Cochiti, parts of the eastern parts of Laguna, the entire Hickory Apache Nation, and 20 chapters of the Navajo Nation, along with northeastern Rio Rancho and Cuba, and all the little Hispanic farming communities from Abiquiu Lake on westward to the Colorado border. It's a huge area, and I go all the way to San Juan County, south of the San Juan River through Napi, Crown Point, and it's a huge, large area, but I've enjoyed it. But I think, it's one of the important for us to remember, what that represents. It's a voice for our people. And you've heard, from our history and the story that, our political involvement in this process is very recent. And I hope that we will continue to be a part of it. So with that, I just want to thank you for your time and the work that you're doing. And hopefully, your work, as well as the legislature, can really heed the voice of our political leaders in our communities and their efforts to really have someone to voice their and advocate for them on their behalf. So thank you again, Mr. Chair and members of the commission.
Thank you, Senator.
Question that I want to let everyone here know that Senator Shindo, along with the late Senator John Pinto, were very strong advocates for the indigenous population of the state of New Mexico. And besides Senator Shindo, Benny, being a heck of an athlete as well, but I will tell you their heart and soul, they were the heart and soul of the New Mexico Senate in terms of these issues. They were always there advocating on the indigenous people's concerns. I know Regis knows this because he was there during that period of time. And Senator Pinto, I believe, passed away last year, if I'm not wrong. He is greatly missed. He was a wonderful, wonderful human being. But this is going to be one of the leaders of the Senate someday. I'm just going to tell you, because he cares about all New Mexicans. He knows the issues and he works very hard. One of the hardest working senators there is. So I want to thank you, and I'm honored to have served with you. You are a credit to the indigenous population as well as the total population of the state of New Mexico, and I thank you for your service.
Mr. Travis, members, Representative Lentha needed to leave to another meeting, but next we have Representative Lewis.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I'm not as tall as Benny, so we're having some issues. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening, and thank you for your attention to all the presentations that
came before me having this opportunity to talk, and I think it's really important, and I'm glad that we had so many eloquent speakers here that are able to provide the history of what it means to be a Native American living in the state and having these connections with our local communities in order to share our Native American voices, our experiences, our dreams, and really preserving everything that we value through tradition and custom and religion. So I appreciate all that attention you have provided. I represent House District 26. It's a district here in Albuquerque serving West Side Albuquerque. I grew up on the Acoma Reservation though. And when I had the tiny idea of running, I figured that it would be once I moved back to the reservation, because that's always been, my dream and my intent. However, the opportunity came up to run prior to moving home, and I still live in Albuquerque. I'm serving my 5th term in the New Mexico House, so it's been 9 years that I've been able to represent my community here in Albuquerque, but also the voices and those dreams of our Native American people. I decided to run earlier than I imagined because we have a 10% Native American population in the state of New Mexico, and that's not reflected in our state legislature. I'm one of 4 Native Americans serving in the 70-member House. And so the needs of our tribal governments often come to us. And that's great because we need to have seats at decision-making tables. So I know you are all very mindful of having Native American voices being listened to. And I think that's especially important when it comes to redistricting, because we do want to keep those collective traditions, ideas, goals, and dreams so that we can continue these sacred languages and these sacred traditions that are still practiced in our communities today. So that's really important. And I definitely want to thank the All Public Council of Governors that have been working on redistricting at least weekly. I think there's now probably 3 or 4 meetings per week where they're talking about maps, they're talking about communities of interest, they're talking about how we can come together and be united in a proposal. So definitely we have a strong group of volunteers that really understand the issues, that can look at maps more than I could ever do. But these volunteers have been very stringent at coming up with what you will see will be maps that I think all the tribes will be united and stand behind. And I'm definitely looking forward to that as a voting member in the legislature, and happy that we have you as the committee to do this. Because that takes away from some of, what we would have had to go through as a legislative body that is volunteer, and we're quite busy as it is right now, especially with no staff. So I thank you for your time and your dedication and listening to everyone here today. And I look forward to working with you when we come back in December for our special session for redistricting. And thank you to Chairman too for coming to the Courts, Corrections, and Justice Committee meeting this past week, I believe. And we're looking forward to hearing from the tribes again and more of the advocates during the interim session. So thank you, Dawe.
I want to thank you because you voted in favor of the Citizen Redistricting Committee, and I learned when I testified before the Courts, Corrections, and Justice that you would have been in my position had you not voted or had this not been adopted. Well, you would have done a much better job than me. I really appreciate your confidence.
Can I ask a question, Chairman?
You may.
Representative, if there, I was just curious for your House district here in Albuquerque, anything that you think we should know in terms of changes or considerations or parameters that we should be thinking about in terms of your specific House district here in Albuquerque?
So, thank you for that question. So my district is, I'm just gonna get this.
So my district is actually a 4% Native American district. It doesn't include any tribal lands. So it's very different, serving as a Native American legislator in that district. However, because the majority of House District 26 is Hispanic. And so we share a lot of the same issues and concerns of these Native Americans, really looking to improve education, receive quality education for our children, because I think that's the foundation of, really establishing our kids to have a strong future and be fabulous contributors to our communities. But I thank you for that question. We're still looking at the maps now, and at least as far as my district is concerned, I'm receiving data from our House caucus as well. So that's still a meeting yet to occur, but I thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Next, we have Representative Roybal Caballero.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry for the awkwardness in this. Okay, so my name is Patricia Roybal Caballero, and I'm happy to be here. I represent House District 13, which is the far southwest quadrant of Albuquerque. And I have a growing, as many of you will soon find out, a growing district, and has grown considerably in the last 20 years. And it is oftentimes viewed as the fastest growing district in the southwest area of Albuquerque. So, and I also represent the vast majority of the population of District 13 is Hispanic Latino. In that Hispanic Latino, it's a large immigrant population. And I also have, when I first was elected in 2012, the population of Native American was around 4%. And now, from what I understand, it's probably well over 6, perhaps even more than that. So that describes the district. It's also the district that has the highest, continues to have the highest foreclosure rate in the state of New Mexico. That speaks to the exploitation that has occurred in that district, speaks to the high levels of poverty, but the exploitation of poverty in the state of New Mexico.
Mr. Chairman, if not to ask the question, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you put her district up, please?
Thank you. So I give you that, and I also want to, my husband is here with me, and he's the caballero. And I'm proud to have been married to him now as of August 11th, 36 years. But I use a double last name. And I use the double last name because I'm very proud of my heritage and my cultural traditions and my tribal traditions, and my father was tribal. My father comes from the Roybal family, which originates, its origins are in the Pecos area. I think I mentioned that. And the struggle that I have had and my family has had as non-recognized, non-federally recognized tribe in the state of New Mexico and in the United States of America reflects the history that was spoken about earlier of separation and assimilation policies that have existed in the United States. We are a perfect example of the contradictions that exist when you have a history. My tribe is the Piro Manso Chiwa tribe, San Juan de Guadalupe. It's now located in Doña Ana, down south. And it is been fighting for federal recognition now since my grandfather began the processes in 1973. As of 2019, the tribe was the last tribe on the federal BIA recognition process, and it's referred to as, it has a lot of titles, and I don't want to get into all of that, but was the last tribe on the rolls to be recognized. And I want to step aside from that for just a moment, because Justice Chavez came to the Courts and Corrections Committee the other day and made a presentation. And I would be, I'm sorry I didn't acknowledge Senator Sanchez, Senator Curtis, and my colleagues, and those of you on the commission and the other colleagues and my tribal brothers and sisters and esteemed leaders around the state. It's important for us, Justice, and I mentioned at the Courts and Corrections, a terminology that you acknowledged had not been considered. And in Spanish, it's called concientización. The translation is roughly having a social consciousness. And having a social consciousness is really an important perspective, an important attribute, and it's important to recognizing why representation matters. Representation matters. Earlier, you saw on the maps, the presentation with the census numbers. And you saw how those numbers had either grown or gone down in this last population study and 10 years. And what we've been struggling for many, many years is what is represented in the numbers. There's close to, I could say 48% Hispanic. I think it was about 10% Native American. Then we had about a 2% African American, another approximately 2%, if I recall, Asian American, and then others. Combined, what does that population, what does that number tell you? The face of the state of New Mexico represents those communities of interest. And what I refer to as I teach the introductory to Chicana studies, and I teach a public policy course. And what we talk about are our communities and our communities of color. The language community and communities is at the core of those studies, at the very core, because I've come 50 plus years as a community organizer, community economic developer, having been in the trenches of the social justice movements of the 60s, which included Native American, the Chicano movement, African American movement, all of our civil rights movements. I've come full circle from those lived experiences to where I am today, to be able to affect public policy in a manner that represents the language that we've been fighting for generations when we talk about representation. And so I bring it back to the terminology, social consciousness and concientización. Because the question has been raised to me, can a person of non-color represent you? Can a person of non-color represent those communities that represent well over 65, I would say 70% of this population of the state? There's no question about the face of the state, but we don't see that reflected in our administration. We don't see that reflected in our institutions of education. We don't see that reflected. But what does matter is you can be a person in a community of color in a position, but without concientización, social consciousness, then we continue the cycles of missed opportunities. So that's why when we come today and we come from around the state to talk about why representation matters and why it is that we have a right to self-determination and a right to select those who represent us, we're talking about representation across the board, not just, it's the worldview that my brother Regis Pecos brought up. It's the mindset of that worldview that represents and that's able to articulate the approach that we take as policymakers or elected or representatives in this commission. That's what's really important. That's incredibly important. And I want to point out an example that just happened today. And it's not meant to be an affront to anyone. It's not meant to be a criticism. It's not meant to be personal. But the very language we use, I want us to recall that we are standing, not just the state, but this entire region on indigenous lands, on sacred lands. We are the original native inhabitants and stewards of our lands, our air, and our water. And we have been those native inhabitants and stewards for time immemorial. So we don't come to the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center and quote unquote allow a tribal leader to give a blessing. We don't do that. The tribal communities have historically welcomed those from outside. We opened up our lands and our water and our food sources and everything that nurtured our well-being and our livelihoods to those that came from the outside, only to suffer generations of violence, of disenfranchisement from life itself, of harm, and a multitude of other attempts to wipe us out. So who we should be asking is we should be asking our tribal and our indigenous populations for permission or for guidance and for blessings that have allowed us to enter into these lands and allowed us with open arms to learn our ways of knowing. We shared all the science, all the irrigation methods, all the growth, all the plants, everything, all our knowledge, we've shared that openly. And that has not been reciprocated nor honored. So we should never, in a public position, come to anywhere in the state of New Mexico and feel compelled to say that we're allowing for an indigenous blessing. So I wanted to bring that up because that's an example of concientización. That's an example of social consciousness. That's an example of honoring different worldviews and not elevating the dominance of power and authority and money that has stripped or attempted to strip us of our cultural traditions, our livelihoods, our language. Someone said to me, I did not know, and they said this to me over and over again, that you were indigenous or that you were tribal. Well, of course not, for the very reason that I began with. Because for generations, we've been here. My father, my grandfather, my great-grandparents, and my great-great, and on and on and on have been part of the original and traditional inhabitants of this area. And my father and my grandfather were separated and brought to the Albuquerque Indian School from down south, separated. Their cousins, my uncles, great uncles, and other family members experienced the same. And yet, right now, we're having to prove that we're native enough or follow all the application requirements that the federal government has set up to determine whether we're native enough to be considered part of the other tribes in the state of New Mexico or even in the United States. Isn't that a contradiction? Isn't that disheartening? So that's why when we say what we say, we've got to be very conscious of the implications of how we say it and why we say it. My father, and why I speak Spanish and do not know my Tiwa language, was for that very reason. They accomplished what they set out to accomplish in the separation and assimilation processes that they set up, because that was what they were attempting to do. And they were somewhat successful. However, my tribe has continued our traditions, our practices, and I am one of 5 members of the House that is a member of the Native American Caucus. And I thank former Representative Roger Madalena for recognizing our history and the significance of our history enough to know that I was his indigenous sister and that I should be welcomed into that caucus. I thank him on the record today for that. My father, a 3-war veteran, he was World War II, 82nd Airborne, Normandy drop, Korea, prisoner of war, one of 3 to survive, escape from the Chinese. Then he went on and he served Vietnam, 2 tours as a Special Forces Green Beret on the front lines defending the Ho Chi Minh Trail. My father was our hero, and he was our warrior. And he represented with pride his country and his state of New Mexico. Yet he lived his entire life not understanding his Tiwa language and being forced to live in a military that discriminated not only against Hispanos, Latinos, but even worse, discriminated against those that labeled or identified themselves as Native American. The military was not kind in the 1920s and 1930s, nor even in the 40s, nor even in the 50s. And as we've seen recently, still not. So I'm telling you all of this because I know that many of you said, or will say, that you have to follow the letter of the law. You have to follow what has been described as the federal laws, the state laws as they dictate redistricting. And you have to stay within those apportionments and those maps and those lines of demarcation, which from my perspective represent barriers, borders that have been responsible for the divisions in our country rather than in the unifications in our country. I understand that though, but just remember that those very federal laws and state laws have been the very legal systems and structures and mechanisms that have been responsible for what I just described was what my tribe has had to go through and is continuing to go through. And at the same token, it's been responsible for communities of interest, communities of color, constantly saying, we do not have someone that can represent us. We haven't had the opportunity to elect our representative. So when you take into consideration all of the legalities that you must take into consideration, keep that concientización, that social consciousness in mind. This is not just about the lines that have to be drawn. It is about the very communities that have suffered at the hands of these laws and these structures, begging to be represented and have the opportunity to elect equitably, fairly, and justly individuals who can and who they decide can best represent them. Finally, the other contradiction, and it was mentioned by my brother Regis Pecos, is a lot, and I think Senator Shendo and others have raised it over and over again, not just today, but in a lot of our sessions, is a lot of how we convey our history is oral history. For many reasons, I'm not going to go on to talk about all of that. There's many, and I don't need to. There are many reasons why our history has been resilient, resistant, and strong. It's because of the value of that oral history. And another contradiction. Yet the federal government wants us to prove by documents, documentation, and other methods that we have the certain blood lineage or other matters on that application process to justify that we're tribal enough in order to be federally recognized. That's another major, that's an example of how these laws entrap your mentality and your way of thinking and your worldview. And so all I'm asking is that my preference would have been, as a community organizer, we bring the people to the table, the very people that our decisions impact sit at the table. The grandmothers, the mothers, the janitors, the food workers, the teachers, the educational assistants, and the list goes on and on and on. All those individuals that every decision I make as a state legislator makes on their behalf, they and their face and their voice, in my opinion, should have been represented. I have to, in the same way that I have to accept, I have to trust that, and I do, that every single one of you and those that present and those that are not present, charged with this responsibility, which I agree with Representative Lewis. I was happy to have that in this commission. Although to a large extent, what is recommended is still ultimately in our hands. And I understand that, and it's a tremendous responsibility that I take to heart, because I know not just my district do I have to represent, but I have to represent the entire state of New Mexico. And guess what? I'm very happy to be doing that, because I know that sitting here before you, I represent the face and the bodies and the interests of the majority of our state of New Mexico. And so I say that because I've come a long way. I've also, as I shared with the justice in the committee the other day, I've had the honor of being appointed in 3 different cycles of redistricting as a representative, an appointee of local and state government, not in New Mexico, in the most difficult state of Texas. And so I went through 3 different redistricting cycles. I intricately understand the development of what you have to do in the processes, and intimately understand it, because I spent many hours drawing maps on tables with crayons at community meetings, having the community individuals come and give us their wish list on the map, on the paper, so they could tell us visually what they understood about the representation that would result from this. So that was a lot. I didn't want to take in so much time, but I think it's important. It's an important dialogue that we have to have. It's difficult. It will get more difficult. Many of us have, I know I come from Turtle River Nation down south. And that's why I have a turtle bath, so I can take it, and I've taken it for 55 plus years in the struggle. And I'll continue to take it, because if it means that we can improve the lives of those that have been historically damaged and disenfranchised and left out, violated violently, if we have the opportunity to turn that around and break down all of our cycles of poverty and our cycles of all of that I just described, and create more and more cycles of opportunity, then I'm there with you. And I hope you're there with us, and that you understand that. And anything that I can do to assist in this process, although I know that we'll have plenty to do once we receive the full reports and recommendations, just know and trust that I believe in what we've set up. And I can only hope and pray and trust that it will result in making massive change, because we need change now. We don't have time to wait anymore. We need change to correct the missed opportunities and mishaps of the past. So thank you very much. I look forward to questions, if you have questions or comments.
Questions from the committee?
Yes, Chairman. This is Joaquin Sanchez, Representative Rafael Caballero. Thank you for your comments, and in particular, I appreciate concientización. As a teacher, I try to live up to the challenge that Paulo Freire left all of us, and that becomes a daily practice in our schools and school systems. But it's hard to put it into practice sometimes. So you represent many of the families that I work with and teach their children in South Valley Academy. And the few conversations I've had at school with the students, and then with some of the parents, there's 2 particular challenges, and I'm curious how you're experiencing it from your perspective. One is from the parents, a number of them are challenged by their legal status, as you shared kind of some of the challenges and seeing a direct role for themselves. Now, all of them are willing to make, move mountain and, heavens when it comes to their children. So they're willing to make whatever sacrifices they need for their children, but making that connection has still been a challenge. And then for the young people, especially those that are about to turn 18 and join, the public discourse in a much more formal way, I've also been challenged in connecting some of the dots for them of why this process matters, why, public participation matters. And that is part of the mission of our school is civic engagement. So I'm just curious how you've experienced that and what that looks like connected to this process in your house district.
Thank you for the question, Javier, if I may, Mr. Sanchez. Yes, I'm very proud of South Valley Academy. I'm very proud of all the Atrisco Heritage, the largest high school in the state of New Mexico. Very proud of the district that I represent. And I mentioned briefly the immigrant community that I represent. I have a large growing immigrant community. And this immigrant community has been for far too long in many cycles of census and many cycles of redistricting have been horribly undercounted, not counted, underrepresented. And we have failed because the multitude of future participants in all of our processes have been in the past and will continue to be those immigrants that are on the path to citizenship. May not be necessarily directly in the path to citizenship, but they live, work, are taxpayers, our parents in the schools. They contribute probably 100% plus than one could even begin to imagine. They're taxpayers. They represent a population number, a figure, a percentage. They represent that. There is a number there. In my district, I would venture to say, my husband is my numbers person, but I would venture to say that we have probably about a 15, 20%, if not more, growing population. What, and all I can do and what I've done is go to the schools, go to the community meetings, meet them in the parks, meet them in the Mesquite grocery store, meet them at the Tenampa restaurant, meet them at the panaderia or wherever, and continue to reassure them that one, I recognize and respect the contribution they're making on a daily basis to make all of our lives better. Two, that I recognize the injustices that they've had to live under and in the shadow in our communities. And then third, promise that I will continue to fight to break down whatever needs to be broken down in terms of our laws and our systems and the way we do business so that we can elevate that immigrant population, include the immigrant population. We're doing a disservice to our own state and to our country by not including them in the population data. We're doing a disservice because those numbers mean something. They don't just mean something in terms of a number or a monetary figure, but they're the students in the schools. They're the patients in the hospitals. They're the professionals that are shadowing they're semi-professionals shadowing the professionals because they have to shadow. Just think back a few years about our New Mexico Dreamers and our Dream Team. And there are multiple stories about what they've had to go through and the contradictions. Some of them are now pediatricians and lawyers and doctors and you name it. And they still don't have their official status. Those are the kinds of situations that by not having them here, I have to be here. I have to be here because their story has to be told. So I would hope, Mr. Sanchez, to answer your question, and I would hope before this committee and everybody else that we have the courage, that you have the courage to not only follow the letter of the law, but in your recommendation, cite the problem that we have, that we're articulating to you about the missed opportunity we have by not having opened up our census sufficiently enough to give people the faith and trust in the security that if they answered, that they would not fall into any problems. We've done that so much, but at the same token, cite the problem that this has just in our state by not counting or by not including those populations in how we draw the lines is ultimately doing their children, their grandchildren, and their great-grandchildren and our policymakers and decision makers a huge disservice in the next 10, 20, and 30 years because their children are small right now. And then again, keep in mind that they are contributors. They pay taxes on everything. Everything you and I pay, they pay. Yet we cannot reciprocate. So that was a long-winded answer, but that's what I convey to my district when I go out and speak in Spanish to them. Hopefully one day I'll realign with my Tiwa language and can communicate. But that's what I convey when I go to the schools, the parks, the grocery stores, and wherever I see the district. I have to just continue to say, keep the faith, have faith, and we will continue to have the courage to stand up. And there's a saying in Spanish, and I say it over to them, la lucha sigue, the struggle continues, because as long as they go unrepresented, uncounted, unfigured in, like our native populations, then the struggle continues. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you, Representative.
Senator, thank you.
Did I see that there are percentages of increase and decrease by House district? Do you have that information now?
Yes, yes, we do.
And so for the districts that we're talking about today, around San Juan, Rio Arriba, Sandoval, McKinley, Cibola, some into Valencia, Socorro. Can you put those districts up and show us
Sure, 1 second, please.
the Senate districts?
It's not really visible, but give it a shot.
So for not for 13, but up in the what we've been talking about in the northwest corner.
So a quick explanation of the colors of sorry. Fixing the colors. The House district is the top of the label and the percent deviation is the second line of the label. So for example, you see District 1 looks like a pale yellow, is about 3% below the ideal population. And next to it on the left is House 4. I see that right, that's -7%. And looks like House District 3 is -15. And House 2 in red is -10. And House 4 is 4% below the ideal.
You're gonna make those slides available for us to post on our website, right? Following these minutes.
So, Mr. Chair, the original slides I had, those slides, we can certainly post those. This is just an interactive map that we're working with right now, but we'll be making like PDF maps that could be posted.
And then the Senate districts. Which needs to go down further to Cibola County.
So one thing to remember when looking at the deviations is if you have a bunch of districts that are together in a group and they're all negative in deviation, especially below 10 or 15 or 9, so larger deviations. And they're grouped together, that's a pretty good signal that in that area, those districts will have to expand in their boundaries to pick up the population that they need to get to their ideal pop. So the color scheme is anything that's in white is within, we just used our plus or minus 5% that we've used in the past. So plus or minus 5% of the ideal population. If you use the standards we used 10 years ago, you wouldn't necessarily have to change them at all because they fall within plus or minus 5%. The lighter red are districts that are below the ideal population between 5 and 10%. And the darker red are those districts that have a population deviation of greater than 10%. So negative, I think that says 13% of 8. And then on the green side, anything that's kind of a paler green is above the ideal by 5 to 10, and the darker green is above the ideal by 10 plus.
Okay. Thank you for the information.
Next, we have Amber Caleo, who is with the All Public Council of Governors, who's their executive director. Good afternoon, folks. My name is Amber Carrillo, members of the committee and chairman. I appreciate the time today. I first want to talk about the All Public Council of Governors and tell you what our mission is. Our mission is to advocate, foster, protect, and encourage the social, cultural, and traditional well-being of our Pueblo nations. Through our inherent and sovereign rights, we will promote language, health, economic, and educational advancement of all Pueblo people. And at this time, I'd like to acknowledge the fact that we are indeed on Isleta and Sandia lands, and we honor them. We honor our leaders of the All Pueblo Council of Governors. I want to thank also Governor Valle for presenting today on behalf of our chairman, Wilfred Herrera Jr. from the Pueblo of Laguna. I also want to thank our governor from the Pueblo of Laguna for being here today and our contingency from the Pueblo. I also want to bring special attention to Ms. Pam Mahudi, who is in the room here today. She has been a significant factor in the All Pueblo Council of Governors and David. Well deserved. I also want to mention today the All Pueblo Council of Governors Ad Hoc Redistricting Committee, and I want to explain that our Ad Hoc Redistricting Committee is a decision that our chairman can make on his own. Many of our decisions within the All Pueblo Council of Governors require the full council to make that decision, but this is one that is special. And so Chairman Herrera did advise us to create an Ad Hoc Redistricting Committee. Pardon me. And so we were happy to do that. But I want to also mention that we've been taking the long view with regard to census. Many of us in this room have been working on civic engagement issues. Many of us are political organizers. We've been working on campaigns and elections since 1998. And so we have a vested interest in what happens when it comes to our infrastructure for democracy. And so I just want to mention that the ad hoc committee members are Keegan King from the Pueblo of Acoma, Casey Duma from the Pueblo of Laguna, Pam Mahudi from the Pueblo of Zuni, Alita Suazo from the Pueblo of Acoma, Regis Pecos from the Pueblo of Cochiti, Conroy Chino from the Pueblo of Acoma, Lori Wiaki from the Pueblo of Cochiti, Chloe Jake from the Pueblo of Laguna, Austin Wiaki from the Pueblo of Cochitis and Zuni, Atsa Chavez from Giwa Pueblo, Joe Little from the Mescalero Apache tribe, Charlotte Little from San Felipe and Taos, James Pohiwa from Okeowinge, Ashley Sorcino from the Pueblo of Laguna, Arden Kukate from the Pueblo of Zuni, Taryn Villa from the Pueblo of Jemez, Tyler Chapito from the Pueblo of Zuni. We also have Virginia Healthmoon on behalf of the Pueblo of Santa Clara, Ellie Cuna, and we also have Georgie Lewis from the Pueblo of Acoma. I also want to acknowledge in the room our partners who are the Navajo Nation and the Hickory Apache Nation. Ms. Shauna Tafoya has been an active member. What we do basically is our ad hoc committee meets weekly, but then on a bi-weekly basis, we meet with the other tribes. So we have a very powerful, strong, coordinated intertribal group that's working on redistricting. And I also want to acknowledge Lauren Bernali and Leonard Gorman for working with us as well. And with that, I also want to acknowledge two of the women. Well, there are three of us here today. Ms. Charlotte Little, would you please stand? Is she here? Three women, the three Native American women who applied for to be members of the CRC. And we just want to bring recognition to the Native women in this room who are quite capable of many, many things. And so we just want to thank you all to the CRC because you all have been very gracious with us and working with us very closely. I want to bring special attention to Mr. Sanchez. Joaquin, we thank you so much for reaching out to us. And I also want to thank Senator Sanchez. I know in one of the initial meetings, you did bring attention to making districtor something that accommodated tribal languages. And so I thought that was very important. And then I also want to, my background is basically, I come from a strong background of community organizing. I worked on to protect the sacred sites here in Albuquerque on the west side of the petroglyphs. And from that, I delved into political organizing and have spent most of my career in civic engagement. But I did a tour of duty with the Census Bureau as a tribal partnership specialist leading up to my current role at the El Pueblo Council of Governors. And so I did want to talk about census data today. And so the U.S. Census Bureau held a news conference on August 12, 2021 on the release of the 2020 Census Public Law 94-171 redistricting data file. This is the second major data product from the 2020 census after the release of apportionment data in April 2021. This data release begins the official redistricting process at the state and local levels, and the data is available in the legacy format, which requires special methods to analyze. By September 30th, 2021, the data will be released to the public in easier to use formats. States primarily use the PL 94-171 redistricting data file to draw new congressional, state, and local districts that will influence representation, voting, and the allocation of new resources to communities. The El Pueblo Council of Governors is part of a coalition advancing redistricting and obviously engaging in grassroots organizing. Our team is encouraging tribal communities and working very closely with our tribal leaders for their participation in state and local redistricting efforts. As you've heard today, we took a deep dive into communities of interest. It was really important for us to pull all the pieces of what that really means to us. And so while we gave you a very deep brief of what we believe communities of interest are, there are still many pieces to that, including education, including health. And you can see when I speak of contiguity of lands, it's very easy to identify that right here where we're sitting is historic contiguity of lands. So those are very important to us. And so we are defining local communities of interest and testifying at local hearings on redistricting, talking about the importance of fair elections, accurate redistricting, and the need for all communities to get representation and the resources that they deserve. The U.S. Census Bureau also released results from the 2020 Census on population changes, race and ethnicity counts, and results from new diversity measures. The 2020 census count was impacted by COVID-19, shutdowns and closures preventing in-person enumeration, and lack of access to online response in some rural and remote communities. The new privacy measures may cause problems with the quality and usability of census data, especially in small, rural, and remote populations. However, results show the growing diversity of the U.S. population, which creates more opportunities for all to learn about the rich diversity of tribal nations. The U.S. Census Bureau announced that the total American Indian and Alaska Native alone and in combination population increased from 5.2 million in 2010 to 9.7 million in 2020, which is an 86.5% increase. American Indians and Alaska Natives now represent 2.9% U.S. population. And I can say that I am pleased that the census data show increase in diversity in the United States and a large increase in the American Indian Alaska Native population. I also believe that Pueblo nations are a fundamental part of American history, and we hope that these data inform efforts to ensure that our schools teach more American Indian and Alaska Native history in their courses about American history. We also hope that the resources that are a result of redistricting are directed to the students who are affected by the Yazzie Martinez lawsuit. Those students include Native American students, they include English language learners, they include disabled students, they include at-risk youth, and they include low-income students. And we are very concerned about them, and we hope that this will assure their needs are taken care of. We also want to make, as Pueblo nations, significant contributions to the local, state, and regional economies and have a rich and vibrant culture that contributes positively to the past and current history of the United States. We are now taking a look at the data from the PL 94-171 redistricting data file to determine counts for the American Indian Alaska Native population and tribal lands to assess the quality and usability of the data, especially for small, rural, and remote populations and Pueblo nations. The 2020 census data will be important for Pueblo nations and all other nations in the redistricting process, federal funding formulas, local tribal governance, and American Indian and Alaska Native research. I also wanted to mention that while I was doing my tour of duty as the tribal partnership specialist for the 11 Southern Pueblos of New Mexico, I want to call attention to the fact that while this data is showing increases in our tribal populations, there were tremendous problems with data collection in our tribal communities. One of those being that the process used in our tribal communities in the rural parts of our state had a process called update leave. And basically what that was is that the Census Bureau determined a population using data from 2010, and that created their universe of how many packets would be delivered to each household. And so the Census Bureau fell short with that process because they were using old data and in many cases did not account for new communities that had been developed. There are a number of them. As you drive from Albuquerque to Santa Fe, you can see the development at San Felipe Pueblo. Many of those were not included in the update addressing process that they had because it was optional for tribes. It should not have been told that it was optional. It should have been said that this will benefit you tremendously. You really should do this. In terms of getting accurate and qualitative data. And so we feel that there are some antiquated methods of data collection when it comes to gathering population data. We also feel that the Census Bureau, being an institution, is very, very difficult to influence. And so when we told the leaders of the Census Bureau that these problems were happening, there was no corrective measure that they could possibly take. They couldn't gather more packets and deliver them. It was just impossible for them to then account for those communities that were not receiving update leave packets. And then so we attempted to drive people to the self-response online format. And there too, people experienced difficulties. It just caused more questions as to whether a household, an individual had been counted properly. And so there are a number of issues that we should be cautious of as we are looking at this data and building it into our maps. And I also just want to say that in closing, that we will be providing our documents for testimony. We are making maps, and I have been paying attention to these meetings, and I do know that maps are the critical piece of what's going on here. So I do want you to know that our process at the El Pueblo Council of Governors is not one in which we can be prescriptive. We can't tell the Pueblo of Zuni or the Pueblo of Acoma, this is a map that we've designed for you. That is awkward and inappropriate. What we can say though is that we're here at your service, and we're happy to talk through this. And if you do need help, we can do that for you. And so with that, I want to thank everyone for your time today, and appreciate all that you're doing. Thank you. Dawa'e.
Mr. Chair, a quick comment. I just want to thank Ms. Carrillo for her service with the U.S. Census Bureau as the Tribal Partnership Specialist. It's a difficult task to get all our tribal communities counted before the pandemic, and then COVID turned operations on their head, and the tribal specialists were put in very difficult positions where people throughout the country, throughout New Mexico, were coming to the tribal specialists for answers, and they didn't know what to tell anybody because they weren't getting directives from the top. A very difficult situation. And I agree with all of Ms. Carrillo's testimony, and that there are antiquated systems in place to count our tribal communities, and that a lot needs to be done. And I want to offer my expertise and my staff and my relationships with the Census Bureau to help improve this process so that we're not faced with the same situation we are in 2030. And I also want to thank her again and all the other individuals that she named that are in the room and that help improve the count for tribal New Mexico. Because despite all the challenges, despite that an undercount is likely to have occurred in our tribal communities, it is her service and the service of so many New Mexicans that helped the count, improve the count as much as they could have. So thank you.
Thank you, Committee Member Radigan. I truly appreciate those words, and I appreciate your service at the time too. I know we were all trying to work very hard together, and so all of us, I think, did very well considering the circumstances. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
I have a question as well, Chair.
Sure.
Ms. Carrillo, first of all, yeah, thank you for the partnership and relationship we've been forming and working together, and your help, especially on venues and dates and times that make it as accessible as possible to the community. One question I have, and it comes out of part of what I've learned from your example, is I've stopped using the term forefathers unless I include foremothers as well. And I'm curious if you could share with us, what does the leadership of women look like within pueblos, and what does that look like as you brought this process to the redistricting?
I want to thank you for that question, first of all, Committee Member Joaquin Sanchez. And I want to ask all of the women in this room to please rise. All of the women. These are all of our Indigenous women, and as you can see, I want to point out that the room is full of our Pueblo women, and we also have Indigenous women, and we also have allies in the room. I think they've left, but I did want to bring attention to them as well, because they've been considerable advocates on our behalf as well, and we've all worked together. But I do want to say that our Pueblo women, and I give deference to the women who are in the room, that they are the matriarchs. They are still the caretakers of culture. And that their health and well-being is preeminent to our leaders, whether they're men or women. And I know that in this room also, as I look upon our leadership here, I see the Honorable Brian Vaya, who is our governor from the Pueblo of Acoma, and I see my own Governor Martin Kawimi from the Pueblo of Laguna. I know that they are nurtured and cared for by women and guided and instructed and loved. And so with all of that compassion, their influence is paramount to everything that we do. And it is part of our history that women stand beside men, and that many of our traditions have the presence of female guiders. And so with that, please have no doubt that the presence and the influence of women is alive and well and healthy and beautiful. So thank you so much for the question. Next, we have Austin Riaki.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Austin Wiaki. I am a worker at NAVA Education Project. I'm coach of the Zuni and Navajo. And I'm here on behalf of NAVA Education Project today. I want to thank the members of the committee or commission for showing up here and for allowing yourselves to be invited to come and host a presentation here. I'm very proud of our native representation and how good the turnout is. I mean, it's been awesome to listen to and great to hear the history and the diligence of everyone who's come up and spoken to really demonstrate the diversity and importance of our communities of interest and really how important it is to be respectful and patient and really cognizant of how different communities of interest looks for a state which has such a long history of indigenous peoples and really make sure that we're listening to that and that we really truly heard the intent behind all of those testimonies, which are so important to ground ourselves in as we move towards this. I wanted to talk a little bit today. As an organization, we do a lot of get out the vote and voter registration and worked a lot in the 2020 census to make sure that we were getting out and getting people counted as much as possible. It was a very challenging process, and I know that you've heard a lot about some of those challenges in getting people counted and some of the disequities in getting people counted, especially in rural and tribal communities. New Mexico is the hardest state to count. The census agrees on that, and a large part of that has to do with a lot of our systemic disadvantages, which make it difficult for communities of color and Native communities to be counted. So really appreciate those statements. And want to talk a little bit about maintaining some of our majority Native districts and how important that is for the state, especially as we talk about fairness, as we talk about equity and parity. As a 10% Native American state, we should have 10 state representatives or 10 state legislators who can represent Native people. So we should have 7 in the House and 3 in the Senate, and this is the closest we've ever been to that. And if we walk back those minority or majority Native districts, we really risk moving back on that number. Right now, we're getting close, but we're nowhere near that. And as we look at House District 65 and House District 69, the way that those look and the way that those border on some of the other districts which have lost population, we want to be really cognizant of the fact that we have a lot of the tools to protect those voting communities written within the confines of what defines communities of interest and the Voting Rights Act. That we know from voting history that while Native communities are diverse in geography and values and culture and language, they also know how to be strategic in consolidating their vote and the importance of consolidating their vote. And if we look through the history of who the people select, they are permitted the right to choose candidates of choice, whether it be someone that we like from a partisanship standpoint. They're always allowed to select candidates who embody the values and the issues important to each community. And you really are starting to see that more and more as communities are starting to turn out and realize the power and the value of their vote. And as a commission, I think that one of the underpinnings really is equity and empowerment and engagement and trying to drive that as much as possible. And that as we aim to do that, the best way to do that is to provide deference and space for the individual governors and governments to create those lines for themselves and to not rush to get to those. Those meetings are happening, but that census data just now came out, and that defining who our allies are and who we will vote with and who we want to represent us is a process which must be filtered through many different layers of government and through many different sovereign governments, which must work together and will work together for the next 10 years in order to see the outcomes for their communities that they want. So I really want to underline that the Voting Rights Act really does give us a lot of flexibility to provide that power to Native communities. And that as much as possible, we want to really protect all of our Native majority voting districts, and especially those ones in the northwestern corner, that we can really prioritize that vote and make sure that we're not dwindling down, cracking or packing our districts in a way that disenfranchises Native people, something that we see relatively frequently in both our bordering states. So just want to make sure that we are centering that the tribes really will have the best answers on how to address these issues, but that we must provide the space as a commission to for them to draw their lines which work for their communities. So I want to thank you for your time, and yeah.
Just a moment, I do have so thank you very much for your presentation. I know from my perspective, looking really hard at these districts up in the northwest corner, you know, I've been asking these same kinds of questions down in the southeast corner, you know, and I want to make sure that I understand, you know, obviously I'm very much in the camp that the communities of interest will tell us what they need. It's not an asking, can we please? It's telling us what is needed, right? And we need to know that. Want to understand like the current setup, because protecting incumbency is not something that we're charged with doing, right? And we're not in a position to protect incumbency. We are in a position to understand what the communities of interest are and what they want and need, all right? And so I have questions about Gallup. I have questions about, you know, understanding the way that it's currently set up. And then if we're going to have reductions in population, where those boundaries should expand, or what is the best set of boundaries, you know, so that those communities of interest are represented. And I think we all on the committee understand very well that the Voting Rights Act implications for Native Americans in the state, right? So have lots and lots of questions about the way things are set up right now. And I'm just looking forward to hearing what those communities are and how they should be thought about, because ultimately we have to write why certain things are being accepted to the legislature, and hopefully with consensus. So I'm just asking for, you know, we really want to understand, you know, what the communities need. And is there any indication of when we might have some of that information so that we can digest it and you know, ask questions, and so that we're informed?
I mean, so realistically, like I'm not the person to ask for that. And there are 23 different tribes who will all have a timeline which works for them, but also the census data came out Thursday. I mean, this is really recent, and to make those requests, I think is reasonable, but also must happen on a timeline which works for the individual tribes, and each of them consulting with one another. You know, I'm not here to dictate what the timeline would be. Ideally, I mean, I think we all want soon, but our job as advocates and as a community group really is to support our community. So whatever the timeline is, that's the timeline that we're working on. I assure you the work's happening. And the communities are, like the different tribes are working to define their communities of interest and to define those boundaries and figure out what works and how those borders expand. Some of that will need to happen, but realistically, you know, it's a 23-person question at the very least. It's probably a lot more than that with all the thousands of people who live within those communities wanting to give input and giving input to their tribal leadership.
That is certainly understood, and we've asked very specifically, we want to hear exactly what people need for their communities. The really awful thing is this timeline was not something we set out. It's in the law, and that's the problem for us, is that we just want to do a good job. So to the extent that we can hear whatever the timeline is, so that we can try to plan for that, just so you know we're being diligent in doing our job. I'm just asking for some guidance about that, and not that I expect you to have to give it to us right this minute. I'm just saying it out loud.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have Keegan King.
Good evening, Chief Justice, Commission members. Thank you for the time. Good evening. My name is Keegan King. I'm co-chair of the IPCC Ad Hoc Redistricting Committee. We're really happy that you've been able to hear from tribal leadership today. I'll try to keep this brief. I know you've had a long day. You've had an opportunity to hear about the process that the tribes, the Pueblos, Hickory, Apache Nation are going through right now. Through the leadership and guidance of our Pueblo governors, there are efforts underway to work with other communities, including Navajo, Apache, Hispanic, and other new migrants to our state. Tribal leaders are focused on using this process as a way to bring us together rather than to drive us apart. Not using this as a political platform, but as a way to create a representative government. Using the principles within the VRA, we can ensure that the first citizens of our state and all New Mexicans are represented through this process. As data continues to become available, leadership will examine the changing demographics of our respective tribal nations, but all with the goal of supporting our existing 6 House and 3 Senate districts, and defining districts that reflect our history, culture, language, and lived experience. We've heard today that our New Mexico communities identify their values as a key component of their communities of interest, and that these cultural values are inextricably linked to our families, our neighbors, the way that we make our livelihood, and even sacred places that make up our living landscape. New Mexico now has the opportunity to adopt plans that will strengthen tribal communities and the state as a whole for the next 10 years. By listening to the tribes, hearing what they want to see in these maps, we can ensure that these maps are truly representative of our state and the diversity that we have here. We can do this by upholding the Voting Rights Act, the principles that the tribes have articulated today, and by supporting maps that come from Native nations of our state, the maps that reflect the values of family, community, stewardship of the land, and relationships forged through generations. These will serve us for the next 10 years because they come from the most affected communities. Thank you again for your consideration today, for hearing our tribal leadership. We hope that this has been an opportunity for you to learn a little bit more about the process, and committee members, we will be in touch with any updates on our timeline. Again, this is an effort between all of the tribes, nations, and pueblos of the state. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, a quick comment and a question for Mr. King. First comment, I failed to recognize the contributions of Mr. King to the state's Complete Count Commission, as well as the Secretary of Indian Affairs Department, Secretary Lynn Trujillo. They were instrumental in equitably distributing the resources that the statewide commission had to our 22 populated tribal communities. So thank you for your help with that. My question as co-chair of the APCG redistricting task force, I'm just curious, before you submit maps for our consideration, will you be coordinating with the Navajo Nation and the Apache tribes to submit one cohesive set of maps, or will you be doing that separately? I appreciate Member Curtis's question to the previous comment, because we want you to have as much time as you need to give us some thoughtful input, but we are working under some pretty tight time constraints. So I'm just wondering if you're going to be doing that coordination before you submit.
Yes, there is a New Mexico Native American work group that is composed of Navajo, the Apache Nations, and the Pueblo tribes. There is some analysis that's happening right now, and hopefully we get the data soon. But that would be the goal, is that there would be some consensus among the tribes. But again, to Mr. Wiaki's point, there are 23 tribal nations, and first and foremost, it's those sovereigns that should be determining what the boundaries look like. And the body of APCG is supportive of that for the Pueblo nations, and the New Mexico Native American work group is also supportive of all of the individual tribal nations that make that up as well. So that is our hope, but it will require a lot of coordination.
Thank you, Keegan. Nice to see you in person.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I don't have a question, Mr. Chairman, but I do have one of Mr. Duma. Based on something that was said, I believe, by Ms. Carrillo earlier. If there was an undercount on the census and it was a deliberate undercount for whatever reason, are the tribes contemplating, or would they contemplate filing a lawsuit against the Census Bureau because of the way the census was conducted?
I think at this time, just like any of those types of decisions, whether to pursue litigation, certainly we'd have to weigh all the factors and seeing what type of impact it has. Certainly the ripple effect of that approach, impacts this process. And so certainly we want to give some sort of deference into the analysis of what numbers may be a little off and the type of approach that it's taking to get to those types of numbers. So we want to do our best to mitigate the impact at this level. But certainly when we look at those types of deliberations on pursuing litigation, again, that's one of those multifaceted collaborative efforts in itself amongst the Pueblo tribes, or even individual Pueblo tribes weighing that type of course of action.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Schuman, the way I see it is the population and the way they put up the maps, there's going to be a ripple effect because of the population didn't grow as fast, and there's population loss in some of the districts near around tribal land and Pueblo land. And so that creates a ripple effect in terms of how we do the redistricting. And so if the census is incorrect for the whole state of New Mexico, and it affects the tribes, it seems like one of the steps that the tribes would be taking, which would really throw everything really into a really wild experience, that the next step would be that there would be a lawsuit based on the undercounting, especially on tribal land. I mean, it appears that there may have been undercounting throughout the state, just based upon what we've been hearing from all the testimony from throughout the state. And so I know it's a thing that has to happen, and lawyers decide with the assistance of those people they represent in terms of the final outcome, but it just seems that I get worried about things like that, especially with the short time frame that we have in which to get everything done.
And thank you for that question. I think, in terms of how we deliberate as APCG with the governing bodies of the Pueblo nations, these are the factors that we consider into that analysis. The types of factors that play out on the ground. The folks from our, I mean, it's not just Pueblo leadership that's weighing in on this. They have a wealth of resources within their own communities, their enrollment offices that have the numbers in real time of how many people are living in our communities, how many people are born, how many people died within a given quarter of period. My mother's on the enrollment committee, and these are the types of information they have at their disposal. So weighing that type of information with what we see, the census data, that also factors into our analysis. So it kind of goes back into reinforcing that earlier sentiment relayed by the tribal leadership is that when we engage in these conversations and we're having these types of, now those are the types of things we're talking about. We're weighing all those factors. And I know it's a difficult process. I think the timeline is also frustrating, I think probably for all of us. Certainly in this situation, I think what was different this time around than 10 years ago is we were able to present the maps, the data, the communities of interest all at one time because the data we got it a lot sooner. And so we were able to do a lot more. That we understand the inherent difficulty of this process is that we don't get the data yet to really dig into it. And so the communities of interest component to it, the difficulty was not to overcommit the Pueblos and the boundaries at this stage without really doing that analysis, because that's going to be the more important aspect of this process is we know where our connections are. We know how we're connected to different lands and different people. It's those numbers that really inform the process to look at how we can create those opportunities to let candidates our choice. And it really comes down to those numbers and really getting into even the types of responsiveness we get from our current folks in office. That also factors in is does that provide us an opportunity to protect the things that all our public leadership has been talking about, the land, the resources. And so, I think it's inherent, the frustration with the time frame. Certainly what we've been working with the public governments is what we kind of dubbed a rapid response team, because in a sense, because the tribal leaderships, their decision-making, is very deliberate and ongoing, but as we communicated to leadership, decisions need to be made quickly. And so each of the Pueblos has taken this step to designate within their own internal protocols a method of getting that quick input so that we can review the data, get the maps, and help you all stay informed in real time. And we understand the time crunch of this process. And so just wanted to make that known that that's part of the deliberations. It really comes down to precinct by precinct analysis and looking at different communities and how they connect to communities of interest to us, for 10 years ago, some of the discussions on the congressional side, the types of discussions that came into play with a lot of the Pueblos that are leaning into the Southern District, congressional district. The assumption from many folks was you would want to be in a Northern District because that seems to be more of a supportive of your issues. But the Pueblos, the thinking and the thought process of that time was, we know that we can have access to representatives in the North, potentially in the metro area too. But we want to make sure that we have access to representatives in the Southern Congressional District because we have lands in those districts that are impacted by the decisions made concerning that congressional district. And so Pueblos took a very decisive move in order to stay in those districts in the South and to move in those districts. So that's the kind of deliberations that took place. They weighed the analysis of if we go into a Northern District, here's the possibilities that if we go into a Southern District, this could be the potential outcome. And we could have a more decisive factor in the elections. And if we look at 2018 congressional race, how close that race was, and you think about the types of the numbers that we're looking at, Zuni, Laguna, Acoma, Isleta could make the difference in impacting that election. So those are the types of things that come into the discussions with the Pueblo leadership. So when we're putting maps together, we understand the pace is very, that's what we're working against, right? All of us, but you have a very engaged group. And so we just want to communicate that, reassure you that the maps, there is caution because that consensus building, that principle that the Pueblos and the tribes have amongst themselves, working together, the difficulty in committing to a certain map now and then changing it in another, maybe a couple days they have that internal discussion, but what they put forth is based upon a lot of deliberation, a lot of changes that occur, a lot of movement that happens. So to not confuse the process and say, well, I thought you guys wanted this, now you're saying this, but now tomorrow you're saying another thing, and it kind of takes away the credibility of the consensus. So the process, the Pueblo leadership understands is very important to really build that type of environment where decisions can be made quickly, but collectively.
Thank you.
Mr. Duma, with respect to population data, the law does allow us to consider other reliable sources of demographic data as determined by the majority of this committee. I ask you that if you have reliable data, because I've always thought that the Native American communities probably have the best data on the populations. If you have something that you would like for us to consider, will you give me notice as soon as possible? Because we probably have to do that.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things that we've been, with the resources with the APCG, has been contacting a lot of tribal enrollment offices to really get some on the ground data. And so, with their permission and working with the tribal governments, we can look to see, what they permit us to want to look at and to utilize in that manner. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Duma, I just want to say, and I'm sure everyone feels the same. I mean, it is spectacular what's occurring within our Native American brothers and sisters trying to get together to do this. It is a Herculean effort, what you are doing. And the presentation today has been absolutely brilliant. I mean, absolutely brilliant. So really appreciate the effort that every single person has made to make sure that we have good information. And we understand and really appreciate the struggle that you're going through to come up with the kind of information that we need as a committee so that we can put maps together that we're doing our job, which is making sure we understand what the interests are. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's lovely to see a brilliant, and I'll say young, all right, lawyer standing there representing his people. Thank you.
We did this. My daughter was 1. Now she's going to be 11. And she said, Daddy, when you do this again, I'm going to be 21. Yes. Thank you.
Sir.
Eric, can I just add a comment?
King has a comment.
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to, because I know that we've talked about the challenges of the census, all of which I agree with and are very real, but I also wanted to lift up the work that happened around the census, with Member Radigan, with Mr. Keegan King, with Ms. Amber Carrillo, with Eli Cuna, who's testified before. My wife was part of that team, but that all those challenges, some of which were beyond our control, doing this in pandemic times, some of which were manufactured crises by the administration, but that New Mexico did one of the best jobs in its outreach and a very robust effort to really make everyone count. And I was proud by association with my wife just to see that work on the ground. So I just wanted to say that and recognize that.
Next, we have Mr. Ricardo Carlos Caballero.
Thank you, Honorable Justice and Honorable Committee members. I will be very, very brief. My main concern is how we put in, or the challenge of using the data of immigrants. As you know, the immigrant community has a lot of children. A lot of times in a lot of communities, they're under 5 years old. You can tell by the attendance at the schools. Maybe committee member Sanchez knows, has some personal experience with that. And so what happens is when you deal with the population of a district and you say, well, the 47% are Hispanic, so if you get 52%, you're going to be good. But if in that district you have 15 to 20% immigrant population, that means that their voting strength or the possibility of voting within their interest falls down to the 30s in terms of their ability to have a viable voice in the community. So the challenge, and I'm going to be involved in representing the immigrant community with others. I know that my wife, Patricia Reval Caballero, has a lot of dreamers in her district, a lot of immigrants. The pandemic and Susana, Governor Martinez, there was some folks that moved out, but there's been a lot of people coming in with children. And so that's the challenge that we need to be cognizant of. There's immigrants all over the state. I'm very familiar with our district, but there's immigrant communities everywhere because you need the labor. And so we have to be cognizant of that when we're carving out the districts where there's for the Hispanic community. And the challenge in the past when I've been involved in redistricting is trying to stay away from packing in a district. No, that's too much packing, which really is not. Maybe the percentages come up with 57, 58%, but the reality is that the Hispanic community barely has 50% voting capabilities. So we need to be cognizant of that so that we're not too quick to judge that this community is too packed, it's too high. And again, look at how much of the population is under 5 years old, how much of the population is immigrant, adult. We have a lot of adult population that cannot vote, no matter what. So carving that out, and that's personally my challenge, and I point that out to you that we have to be cognizant of that. Thank you.
No, not a question, just more of a comment. I just want to thank you, Mr. Caballero, for pointing that out. That's a very difficult situation. We, I think, looked at that just in the southeast part of the state a few days ago. The Voting Rights Act, of course, allows us to look at voting age population, but that doesn't help us when we're then consider the immigrant population. So I know it's a difficult balance, and I appreciate your comment because it's certainly something I'm thinking about.
Right. In the past, I've had to bring in experts in the data to extrapolate what the percentage of possible immigrant population in an area. What are the extrapolation of that population under 5 years old, and that was. It's somewhat of a guessing game, but that's the best you can do under some circumstances. And again, the quality of data at this census is not all that good, but that's what we have to work with. And I will bring the experts and the data necessary so that you can feel the comfort to carve out districts. Thank you. Thank you.
Justice Chavez, we have 5 more people in the room who'd like to speak, and we've had over 100 people joining us on Zoom and 3 people. So let's go to Zoom because they've been hanging in there. Atsa Chavez. Atsa, Sonia's going to unmute you, and then you'll be able to make comments as well. Thank you.
And Ms. Chavez, I've actually also promoted you as a panelist, so you're also welcome to turn on your video as well if you like.
There we go.
Yaate she Atsa Chavez Yinishe, Bitnutni Nishle, Kis Ani Bashachin, Nakai Dine Edashache, Kis Ani Dashanele, Go Atzihopa, Totsinahana Ikani El, Kiwa Mesita. Hello, my name is Atsadon Chavez. I am a proud member of the Dine Nation and Kiwa Pueblo. I am the Executive Director of Neva Education Project, who led the 2020 New Mexico Native Census Coalition, and now the Native Redistricting Coalition. I was raised both on Kiwa Pueblo and the Navajo Nation, but live in Albuquerque now. I want to say thank you to Chairman Chavez and members of this committee for allowing me to speak today. Thank you to this committee for your efforts thus far in reaching out to Native American communities to ensure that we are properly included in this very critical process. Thank you to the tribal leaders who have spoken today. Dawa'eh. It is wonderful to hear your concerns and very important to the work that we do to uplift your messages. Thank you to the members of the All Pueblo Council of Governors Ad Hoc Redistricting Committee and the Native Redistricting Coalition who are in attendance and have provided thoughtful comments and critical information. I want to echo the comments of tribal leadership and my colleagues in the Native Redistricting Coalition and Ad Hoc Redistricting Committee to say that it is very important that we first and foremost place the principles of self-determination as our highest priority, followed by maintaining and strengthening the voting strength of Native peoples within the majority-minority Native congressional state House and Senate districts, so that Native voters in each of these districts may continue to elect candidates of their choice. During the 2020 New Mexico primary election, at the beginning of the pandemic, we saw a drop off of approximately 19% in voter participation because of the closures of polling locations on our near tribal lands, some made without tribal consultation. However, with the legislative polling protections that upheld tribal powers of sovereignty, we were able to increase voter turnout in the 2020 general elections. This redistricting process will determine the boundaries for the next 10 years, and it is crucial that our consensus maps hold priority. I understand that some of you had questions about the process, but what we are trying to attempt is to include input from all 23 sovereign tribal nations across the state. We have undertaken the responsibility of trying to make sure that we uphold their wishes and their priorities as we move forward in this process. Because the data has just been released, we will be taking the next 2 to 3 weeks to get consensus on maps so that we can move forward in the process and provide those to your committee. I want to recognize the deep impact of our Indigenous brothers and sisters living in urban spaces, something that we have not really touched on today. As Mr. Duma reminded us during the termination relocation era, many of our members were actively moved off tribal lands to urban areas. Over 78% of the Native American populations now live in urban areas, and Albuquerque is the 6th largest urban concentration of Native Americans. Our families, colleagues, and dear friends are living in New Mexico cities, and many natives are drawn here, as many others, because of the cultural foundations contributed by Indigenous peoples, and their handprint pervades the state, and because of the need for jobs, housing, and adequate schools that are sometimes lacking on tribal lands. Tribal members are voting citizens, and we recognize their power. We heard that New Mexico saw a recent increase of the Native American population of approximately 12%. Yet our political representation is not reflective of that. Again, our issues transcend our tribal boundaries. And again, many of our members live off of tribal lands. In the districts within cities and bordering cities, the Native vote can carry a victory or a defeat for a candidate. We often uplift those who listen to the needs of our communities, and we must protect that voice that supports our needs in education, recognizes our stewardship of environmental preservation or sacred lands, and that also uplifts tribal sovereignty. We recognize the needs and the voice of Native voters where they live. Their voice and needs remain the same. Culture and preservation of language is important as ever. The services that we deserve, we need to find funding for. The need for that adequate funding and recognition in urban areas is true. Our sacred connections to the land, air, and water are more crucial than ever. We are citizens of many nations. We hold closer status as tribal members, but we are also state citizens and citizens of the United States. We must make sure that this redistricting process upholds our voice and that we are represented in fair maps that take recognition of our sovereign rights and our ideas of our communities of interest. We hope to impress upon the CRC that you take our lines and our maps and our wishes forward because they are the needs of our communities of interest. And we ask that you take them seriously because we speak as the voices of many sovereign nations, united in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next in the room with us, we have Mr. Mason Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee, for hearing my comment. I just want to thank and acknowledge the tribal leaders today who came up and gave their passionate testimony, and all the members of the tribal nations as well. My name is Mason Graham. I'm here on behalf of the New Mexico Black Voters Collaborative. We're a Black-led voting rights organization here located in Albuquerque, but we serve to provide information and resources to the entire Black population of New Mexico. And over several decades, many have observed that the Black and African American populations in our state and in the country have been undercounted and underrepresented in data that is provided by the census. I think we saw the census numbers earlier that showed that our numbers actually decreasing from over a little bit above 2% now to a little bit below 2%. But the inaccurate data continues to negatively impact our communities in many ways, especially during the process of redistricting. So it's the committee's responsibility to preserve communities of interest as well as minority voting rights as part of this process. But it's difficult for us to understand how that's going to be achieved if our Black communities, as well as other communities of color, continue to be represented with these inaccuracies. And there are still areas in our state that are home to higher populations of African Americans that are divided within district lines that may not be beneficial for preserving our communities and their representation in government. And I understand that you have the ability to consider additional data sources besides the census to be considered by the committee in order to create these maps. So I would definitely recommend that the committee strongly consider the undercounted populations and misrepresented communities of African Americans in New Mexico during this redistricting period in favor of creating equal representation of our state's true multiculturalism and diverse ethnic landscape. Now, although information is sparse, I would urge you guys to urge the committee to explore additional information and, if possible, an independent review of communities of color in New Mexico in order to have the most accurate understanding of where our Black and African American populations are and how they're being represented. And when I look at this body here and around the room, I don't really see anyone who looks like me, and in New Mexico, that's unfortunately the norm. And my colleagues in the New Mexico Black Voters Collaborative entrusted me with this statement today because I believe that our voices have been completely absent from this conversation. And to paraphrase Fannie Lou Hamer's "I question America's" speech to be used in this context, I would say the following. If this redistricting committee fails to see the adverse effects of continuing the historic undercount of our Black citizens, I question New Mexico and its commitment to serving people who look like me. And we can't wait another 10 years to return to this body begging to be included. We deserve your support and your attention now. So I thank you for your time today.
Chair, a quick comment. Thank you, Mr. Graham, for your testimony and your patience today. and to the leadership of Catherine McGill, the director of the Black Leadership Council, who's joined us by Zoom. I appreciate the testimony because we have heard a lot over the last couple of weeks from New Mexico's Hispanic community, from New Mexico's Native American community, from the white community, but we have not heard a lot of testimony or any testimony from the Black community. So I appreciate that, and I look forward to having a conversation with you and Catherine further. And I encourage you and your organization to submit testimony on our portal, to submit maps, and we'll talk about that when we have an opportunity to do so. And I also want to recognize that on Zoom is Huang Nguyen from the New Mexico Asian Family Center, and that's another group that we have not heard from. So I really appreciate your testimony, and I look forward to hearing from Huang as well, because New Mexico is such a rich, diverse state, but we so often, so many people think first about our three largest demographic groups, but we are more diverse than that. So I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, if I could just say real quick, Mr. Graham, you made a statement, very specific statement, that you are familiar with communities of interest for Black and African-American people where they are divided within district lines. We would like to know where that is.
Yes.
Okay, so if, as Member Radigan was saying, ours is a very practical job.
Yeah.
Like the district, the lines where they are and where you believe your communities of interest lie and are being divided is very important information to us. If you would help us by providing.
Yeah, we'll be doing some examination of the districts and the communities, and we'll be submitting some maps as well.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Catherine McGill is actually on Zoom. Thank you, Member Radigan, for noting that, and is next in the queue. Ms. McGill, Sunny's going to unmute you.
I believe so. Ms. McGill, I've actually offered to promote you to panelist so that you can show your video as well. And you would just rejoin as panelist unless she stepped away. Ms. McGill, we'll come back to you unless, and again, I'll continue to offer to promote you as panelist. Okay, she's declined, so allowed to talk. You're welcome to talk if you like.
Let's circle back.
Okay, all right, so we'll go to the next person.
We'll circle back. Next, we're going to go to Eileen Shenda.
Good evening. How are each of you? Just want to say thank you for allowing us the time to speak here today. And I do have to say, I think the gentleman's statements behind me were right on point. And as not only a tribal member to Coach T. Pueblo and Jemez Pueblo, and also the campaign manager for Senator Shendo, and as if you heard him say what the district was, it's pretty large and encompasses a lot of the diversity that we've talked about. And I'm the campaign manager for the campaign he won. Not the other one. And what I want to say by that is when you're knocking on doors and you're really meeting individuals one-on-one, similar to what President of Hickory Nation said, I think I've been blessed to have a lot of the teachings of my great-grandfather, both of them, and my grandfather, both of them, and my grandmothers and great-mothers, so many who lived a life that we can probably not even imagine today. And something that I always was enriched by was the fact that everyone in these communities, whether you are Pueblo or Native or rancher from down south, even our, brothers, and just all these different rounds, but like caretakers to the land, they always talked about speaking 5 to 6 different languages. And if you look at that, it's because they connected to each other. They talked to one another. There's no way, just as you heard, we're oratory speaking people in Jemez, that people from, Asian descent who were living in the Jemez area in our communities during the railroad era, they wouldn't have known Jemez unless they knew these families. Our ranchers and people down south that connect to us today in our Spanish communities, they wouldn't have known our language if they didn't speak to one another. And Jemez people wouldn't know Spanish and French and Italian if they didn't travel the world. And it's something that I feel is hopefully going forward and looking at a new era in our state, that we can go back to this complexity and not just throw in a hashtag New Mexico true for the land of enchantment, but really define what that enchantment means. And I think when we talk about our history, communities of interest should be the whole state. We should not be segmented by certain phrases that allow for it to be convenient to gather information or data. If the shared interest for our well-being is for all of us to be well, then we should be looking at it on a worldly level, a global level. We have leaders say that ours, meaning our notion to leadership, is not politicized. Well, the founding constitution of this government was inherently created by Indigenous people. It was taken apart and fragmented by Europeans in their whole conquest for our land and our water. So we're very much political. Indigenous people around the whole world have always been political. And all of us are indigenous to somewhere. We all have our Aboriginal homelands. The title of white, Black, Asian, and other are another means to divide us, to separate us as a human race. And even though our most purest intentions and our purest values that we were born and raised with can also be fragmented. So for a mother of 3 children, 3 young boys, for a grassroots organizer, a community activist, as a daughter, a granddaughter, an auntie, we need to not be naive to the fact that what we know when we're dividing our lands are making it easier for private, corporate, unnatural institutions, systems to impact what we were raised on. We start negotiating our values. And during this pandemic, we were able to host with the support of funds, not only through the New Mexico Indian Affairs, but private funds that we rallied through our legislatures, that we got most out of out-state funders, nonprofit funds. We went out into the streets because your Pueblo people, my Pueblo people, were devastatedly impacted. Navajo Nation, we see the numbers of death devastatingly impacted. So if this is a law that's pushing you guys to redirect and recalculate this information, where are the amendments? And what issues can you bring forward to say that this needs a pause? We need to hold back. This is a pandemic. During the tribal relief aid efforts, we saw over 23 different women living homeless here in Albuquerque from 7 of different pueblos that they wanted to identify themselves with. So our numbers are not just in the Pueblo community, and they're not healthy numbers outside in the rural metro areas. There's also we saw and fed over 400 families from the tribes, whether it was Pueblo, or they were Navajo right here outside of Albuquerque, or they were living in the metro areas and from various tribes throughout the whole country. Everyone matters. And even when the gentleman said he felt alone out here, I hope that he remembers that this state of New Mexico has a history full of so much diversity. Before they were called immigrants, these were our brothers and sisters from down south before we had borders. The Pueblos, the Apaches, the Nez, we mixed. We have history ties. We have researchers and institutions that believe in this knowledge and pass it on to others. We have researchers that are paid highly to look at the ruins of Chaco Canyon and tell you this exact thing that we're saying today. We have the Buffalo Soldiers who came, stolen peoples of Africa, to build the southern parts of here, what now are New Mexico. We have so much richness. So why don't, in this time, each of you take that courage and strength to take a step back and listen to President of Hickory Nation. How do we share this land together for future generations and not just for the next 10 years and 10 years? But how we're surviving for our water, our land, our resources, and our air for hundreds of years to come, because that's how I'm thinking. And sadly, I have to question, if we're your communities of interest, why are your community meetings held outside of community? We are 22 tribal nations, 19 of these Pueblo. Nowhere would the United States go to China or Japan and ask for their input through a nonprofit agency. IPCC is a nonprofit agency that stands to represent tribes, but tribes are their own nations. These type of considerations and tribal consultation should be done within tribal communities themselves so that the women and the children and the people that breed on the generations have a direct voice. Most of the time, a lot of our policies and experiences are funneled through someone else. And for Pueblo women, in the majority of our communities, it's through men that do not live our experiences. And so although we are strong and we are well and we know how to care for our men, we still have our own individual needs, and we are still citizens to this United States as well as citizens to this state of New Mexico, independently. When you look at redistricting and the idea of equity for all, how about we start by asking ourselves, what is it for? To create equality in our schools, who many of our schools, when you look at us compared to the nation, are not at the most prestige or the place they need to be. How do we look at community development without segmenting populations who have always took generations and generations of the brunt, taking our water, taking our land, abusing the air quality, which has now impacted the rest of the world? The place around Chaco Canyon has one of the largest clouds of methane that's sitting here, and we are impacting the world. We are impacting the future of the whole world by not looking intentionally. Will you address those intentional and non-intentional systems of racism, classism, extreme capitalism, sexism? Because that's what you, I feel, have the duty to uphold for all of us. You have to look at it. You might not create it, but you're the voice to now advocate to the legislature on what needs to be done. And thank you for bringing about ideas about lawsuit, because during this pandemic, my own tribal community in Coach T had no voting booths, and most tribes didn't let their tribal members leave because of the prohibition or the restrictions on what was going on through the pandemic. Jemez, my other tribe, was one of those. They gave everyone an option to seek outside communities like San Isidro, Peña Blanca, but even these communities were locked down. They had nowhere to go. And if they didn't have it in them to ask the questions or to get the help or to seek out the resources from resources outside of our community, those votes were gone. The census is not a pure reflection of where we are today. So many people were told they couldn't leave. So many people in Pueblo nations can't leave to this day. So if your efforts was to get our voices, they're already silenced. And I feel like since we're a statehood and we're talking about collectivity and bringing ourselves together, we have to be cognizant of these factors. We are no longer silent. We're no longer sitting back waiting to be told what to do. But at the same time, how can the state expect each of our leadership to basically take this hand at task by themselves? And as I mentioned, they are tribal sovereign nations. You should be meeting with each of these governors directly and then asking them about how to bring in their community's voice. Just as you should do for our communities that have been here. And I have to say, while sitting here for a few hours, women with children left, our elders walked out, and a gentleman most recently saying he had diabetes and was sitting too long and had to go. So how are we prioritizing those folks in these processes? If you return the protection of lands back to Indigenous people, globally, we will heal. please look at redistricting our areas so that the stories can be made whole again, the people can be acknowledged, and the trauma of mapping and breaking down lands will not have to be experienced. I thank you very much for your time, for your efforts, and hopefully good luck to all this process. But I just know that we're in a new state and era at this point, and we need to, act accordingly to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Going back onto Zoom with Ms. Catherine McGill.
Righty. She's rejoining as a panelist, and Ms. McGill, you can unmute yourself whenever you like and turn on your video as well if you'd like.
I'm going to thank you guys so much for allowing me to speak, and I'll be very brief, just to follow up with what Mason spoke about from New Mexico Black Voters Collaborative. It feels like this process needs to be expanded. It will become more rich with the voices of all New Mexicans included, and we have traditionally, historically been excluded from the historical, political, and social landscape in New Mexico because of the prevalent tricultural myth. The New Mexico Black Voters Collaborative is working to coalesce and bring coalitions of Black voters to the table so that we can participate fully in the process. But just to go back to what happened in the 2020 census, when we started talking about how Black communities would be included, there was no structure. There was no emphasis on elevating Black voices, figuring out what was going to move, touch, and inspire Black people to respond to the census. So it looks like opportunities have been missed over a very long time. And we keep coming to say, excuse us, but we'd like to be included in the conversation. We are organizing now to be able to successfully and effectively participate in the process, but there has been no structure or really no invitations from the powers that be to include us. And so we know that we have to do it from within our own communities, and we're doing that now. And we hope that you will give us the opportunity to listen, to see the resources that we need to develop an appropriate communications network infrastructure so that we can give you the data that you need to be able to see where Black citizens reside in New Mexico. I'm extremely disappointed that our numbers are going down because I know that it's not accurate. And every sentence begins with, according to the whatever year census, when we're deciding how resources are going to be distributed, how representation is going to be determined. And so I really feel like, we are now playing for what happens in 2030, but I'm hopeful that we won't be having this same conversation in 10 years. So I thank you for allowing me to speak. I thank you all for staying late to allow us to continue to talk. And certainly we have more talking and more doing that needs to take place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGill.
Next in the room, we have Miss Julie Radoslovich. She gave me a tip on how to say it, and I think I messed it up anyway. Coming up, Miss Julie.
Miss Rad.
Mr. Chair, members of the Citizens Redistricting Committee, Pueblo governors, and members of the El Pueblo Council of Governors. My name is Julie Radoslovich. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the work of the Citizens Redistricting Committee. I have learned much by attending meetings in person and via Zoom. The public testimony offered in Gallup and Farmington was enlightening. And similarly, today, I have learned much as I've listened to the perspective from today's speakers, all seeking equity and just representation through the concept of sacred trust and social consciousness. Honoring the gift of language, I say in Polish, Serdeczne dziękuję. From the bottom of my heart, I thank all the speakers as well as members of the committee. I was born and raised as one of 12 children in Albuquerque's South Valley. Yes, I was number 11 of 12. And I grew up within walking distance to the acequias, where I helped my dad irrigate the garden, caught crawdads with my little brother, and walked historical winding canals. I saw my world through the ditches that flowed through the valley. I fed neighborhood horses and mimicked peacocks as well as chickens laying eggs. I connected with water, land, and animals. My family continues to grow a garden and irrigate on our family's property. We made a decision to preserve our family water rights. And just this past Thursday evening, we conferred with our ditch rider and opened the ditch gate to flood irrigate our tomatoes, onions, chile, frijoles, basil, eggplant, broccoli, black currants, and raspberries, which are delicious, by the way. So for 20 years, I worked as an educator at South Valley Academy, a public charter school just 2 miles from where I was raised. And for nearly 7 of those years, I served as the school's principal and director. The river and the acequias linked farmers across New Mexico. And while I am not certain the congressional map I shared reflects my thoughts accurately, I'm interested in connecting South Valley residents with communities of common interest, namely those communities south of Albuquerque who are joined together by heritage, culture, land, water, and language. South Valley residents connect more readily to Los Lunas, Veguita, and Belen than Tanawan Country Club, located in the far northeast heights of Albuquerque. Yet representation for South Valley residents is tied with the city of Albuquerque, even though South Valley residents are not even part of Albuquerque. The South Valley could not be any more different from the sidewalks, streets, blocks of businesses, and the paved arroyos of the heights. So I'm asking to move South Valley to District 2, Congressional District 2. As a school serving a largely Mexican immigrant community, it is clear that the South Valley has strong ties with southern New Mexico and the border. It has been just over 2 years since a 21-year-old white man drove 11 hours through Texas to kill Mexicans in El Paso. As a school, we gathered to mourn and students cried. Together with our governing council, we deleted demographic data from our school website so that we would not become a target of hate. And while the 2020 census data indicates 48% of our population identifies as Hispanic or Latino, we do not fully know how many are undocumented. Based on our school college financial aid data and our school, we estimated that 25% of our South Valley Academy students were undocumented. I remember a recent graduate, Javier, who told me he sat with a group of friends on election day. Of the 5, he was the only one who could legally vote. And he said his single vote was cast on behalf of all of them. He was their voice. Our nearly 8,000 young people in New Mexico who benefit from protections offered by Deferred Action for Early Childhood Arrivals, or DACA, deserve representation that acknowledges their existence. This is just to say that the South Valley, in thinking of communities of interest, has a cultural connection through farming, language, and close connections to Mexico. We are not honoring the voice of South Valley residents when they are lumped with residents of the city of Albuquerque. And finally, in speaking of boundaries, I would like to raise attention to a large human-made boundary that separates communities of interest, namely Interstate 40. I reside just north of Central Avenue near Old Corson Central. So this is House District 16 and Senate District 26. When I bicycle in my community, it is evident that communities south of the I-40 freeway connect more readily with South Valley residents than West Side residents. Those living within walking distance to the Rio Grande and who still irrigate their land, even though north of Central, have a unique connection to land and to people. In addition, we frequent panaderias and La Michoacana, not Starbucks. Our voices and opinions are simply different from the voices north of Interstate 40. I would ask that I-40 serve as a boundary to connect communities of interest. Similarly, as has been raised by prior speakers at the West Mesa, please allow the Rio Grande as a natural boundary to serve as the other defining contour for the creation of any new district lines. And I don't know, Sunny, if I could give you these maps. I did do a congressional district map, but I had a hard time with the districtor doing the District 16 and 26.
We will upload that for you onto the website.
Thank you.
Let me see it.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Julie.
Yeah, thank you.
Member Sanchez might have a question.
I just wanted to see that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, going back to Zoom, we have Juan Nguyen.
Long up promoted you to panelist. And she accepted. Alrighty, you can unmute yourself and turn on your video if you like.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. My name is Hương Nguyen and I'm with New Mexico Asian Family Center. First of all, I would like to urge you to definitely respect the tribal leader and their consultation and their leadership, right, in terms of making map or any decision. Second, I also really would like to, echo, right, some of the sharing already by our brother and sister from the Black community, Black African American community, in terms of the lack of representation and voices of, Black and, Asian American, community in New Mexico. Right, we have heard a lot about, statistically insignificant. That's us, right? That's a term I have, been seeing, in different things when, it comes to our community, because, we don't have enough number. That's why, the services or program are not provided for us. So definitely, please, I urge you to consider, right, that we are a part of this state. We are part of this community. So please always think about us, alongside with other, community, Black African American community. Second of all, like I haven't heard a lot, definitely heard, some concern or voices from the immigrant. I would also urge you to consider refugee community. Immigrant and refugee community, and definitely Latino Hispanic community, but also Asian American, Pacific Islander, African American, right? That's, a lot of us, from that. I myself is immigrant myself, so I do understand a lot of the underrepresentation, underserved, right? That we have, been going through. So, like for example, this hearing, I don't see interpretation, right? Even in Spanish. So so that definitely there's a lot of people who would like to be a part of this process but could not, right? Because there's no interpretation provided, even in Spanish. And other Native American languages, and definitely Asian American languages as well. So I would really encourage you, right, to provide that kind of access for community member who would like to participate in this meeting, this kind of meeting, public meeting, right? So for Asian American population, definitely there's some increase, right? As you can see from the 2020 census data just released. But also like definitely, still in other, right, in category as other. But definitely we are growing, right? Not just in New Mexico, but across the nation. I believe there's an increase in Asian American, Pacific Islander and Native Hawaiian. So please, do not split us. For example, in the southeast of Albuquerque or international district. You want to be in, not splitting in those particular district or area. Please allow us to participate and give us more time in this process in terms of providing inputs and providing where our community are and how we would like to be in those districts. So that's kind of my quick comment.
Mr. Chair, I just take a second. Thank you, Hung, for your testimony today. I know that I, for one, can never forget about the Asian community here in New Mexico because Delhi would never allow me to do that. And for those of you who don't know, Delhi is my late mentor. She passed away about 2 years ago, and the New Mexico Asian Family Center is her brainchild or heart child. It was something that she founded many years ago. That means a lot to her, and she was a matriarch in a sense of the Asian community in New Mexico. And so I would love nothing more, Hung, than for us to get together and try to identify the Asian communities of interest so that we can draw a map and submit those for consideration for the rest of the community.
Thank you so much, Robert.
Next, we have Ms. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there another question?
I was just gonna make the invitation, please, to Ms. Nguyen that if there are folks that you know that want to testify and we need to figure out translation, please communicate that to us. We've done that in the past, specifically for some of the other public hearings. And you're right, we need to be more thoughtful about that. And but we're also moving at a pace that's beyond our control. So we're trying to figure this out. And we need partners like you in the community that have that kind of local knowledge and trust. So yeah, help us and work with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Joaquin.
Next, we have Ms. Fernanda Banda. She may have been one of the folks who left. And then via Zoom, our last speaker, Ms. Sonlatza Sunshine.
All right, I've promoted you to panelist. She accepted. She's rejoining.
Ms. Sunshine, if you'd like to unmute, and you can also, if you'd like, you've been promoted, you can share your video as well.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Sonlatza Jim Martin, and I am a member of the Navajo Nation. I am also known by the nickname of Sunshine. I wanted to give my testimony as well. I wasn't sure if the Zoom would work, so I'm glad it is. Thank you for making this option available. As I said, I'm a member of the Navajo Nation. I reside in McKinley County, and I have been a community activist as well as a voter registrar, voter educator. I've also participated in educating high school students as well as our local Navajo community members regarding civic engagement, and also have been involved in overall Navajo Nation advocacy with our school district. I wanted to share that I am thankful for this forum. I'm thankful for all the words that have been shared by other tribal leaders and also those sisters and brothers from other backgrounds. Two things I'd like to add as my testimony. One, I would agree wholeheartedly that the 2020 census does not accurately reflect our Native American communities and our Navajo community. There were many, many problems that we experienced with the 2020 census. First and foremost, as you probably understand from the opening presentation today, is a huge distrust in the system. For our Navajo communities, many of our Native communities, a distrust is there as a census enumerator. From previous years, I have seen this in our communities. There is a distrust in providing the information for the census, but there's also a distrust that anything will come of it. And so I would like to reiterate to everyone from the commission that it's very, very important to look at the census data from the lens of our Native American communities as not fully accurate and needing to be reviewed from another perspective. I would also encourage our leadership to file a lawsuit because of what I observed in our communities at many of our chapter houses and many of our activities to try to boost participation from our communities, there was definitely a huge distrust. On top of that, accessibility was one of the biggest challenges I've seen in decades for this census, not only due to the pandemic, but also just not to the pandemic, but just to really get through roads, get through rural communities, get to those families that rarely ever participated in something like this before. So I think it's so important that we look at that data through the lens of our community members who did not have access to participate and who had a distrust in that. Secondly, I'd like to share as a mother. I have children in McKinley County. We are a part of the school district. We had to challenge our own school district when it came to redistricting because of the lack of information and transparency with our community members and parents. For many of our Navajo families, understanding the system, understanding redistricting efforts, and how to be a part of that and be engaged in that process is not provided. I was one of the few parents who challenged this in our community, and we had to get the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission involved just so that our Navajo parents and children had a voice in the redistricting process. So I do appreciate your efforts to build this and get this put together for the state of New Mexico. In that, I do hope you understand that as it comes down to the counties, we do need to work on making sure the counties are doing fair and adequate education in the redistricting process, especially in rural Native American communities, so that my children do not have to go through what we went through in having to advocate for accurate redistricting and fairness for all of our children and parents. So with that, I do want to say and thank you for having this forum, making it accessible to us from Zoom. I am calling you from the Navajo Nation on the Navajo Reservation from Twi'leka, New Mexico in McKinley County.
Thank you very much.
Is there anybody in the room who didn't put a star by their name, but you've listened and you've been inspired and you'd like to share comments? Justice Chavez members, I think that's the end of our list. Sunny, anybody else on Zoom?
Before I do that, this gentleman here has been all day, and I talked to him a little bit as during the break, but he indicated to me that he had drawn a map.
I did indeed, and I did put a star by my name, but it is like getting already late and my comments have already probably been.
Well, we heard you at West Mesa, I remember that, correct?
I can be brief.
Please, will you introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Commission. I'm Sheridan Lund. I'm a precinct chair in the Northeast Heights, and I'm very much that stereotypical white guy from the Heights that unfortunately a lot of our system has been built for. But I'm very excited to, I shared a map. I made this map, and I tried to keep District 1 to have a bit of the rural area that is economically interested in the city, as well as connecting Rio Rancho and Corrales to District 1, because economically, the whole city and the rural area are tight-knit in how these communities produce. And I feel that that is a critical thing to allow our national representation to actually help work through these divides, especially in this age of hyperpartisanship and hyper division among these honestly arbitrary lines in geography.
So I feel that if we keep New Mexico's District 1 with that urban rural divide, our representation can help all of America heal through this time. And that's really my main concern and why I created the map and shared it with you guys. Appreciate it. Of course, thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Justice Chavez, one person additionally did raise their hand on Zoom, Pat Woods.
Okay.
All righty, Pat, they're rejoining his panelists. All right, they know the drill at this point.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chief Justice, it's good seeing you today. My name is State Senator Pat Woods from Northeast New Mexico, Senate District 7. And I wanted to chime in today, just a few minutes, and tell you a little about my district. In my district, I've got 9 school districts, 3 cities of some size, probably 20 different communities. It's 200 miles from one school district of Texaco to my next school district of Des Moines. Those are on my corners. I've got 3 county governments. I lost 0.3% in population. And I just wanted you to know today that I feel that I have a good representation of my district. My main concern is that I believe that we did get an accurate count. At least that's what the people counting my district told me. I believe that our biggest problem with our state today is that we got an overabundance of money being pumped into the state. And the bad part of that is one day it will stop. I work for my constituents. Today I was in a meeting with a constituent about the lesser prairie chicken. 2 days ago, I was with the DOT about broadband. Tomorrow night, I'll be in Clayton because I got a 6:45 breakfast. I'll be in Los Lunas on Wednesday because I need to talk to farmers there. I feel like I represent the whole state. I'm a man of the land, and I just want to say hello to Mr. Michael Sanchez. He's one of my favorites. Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Woods, the feeling is mutual. You are a gentleman, and I was honored to work with you in the legislature, and I wish you the best as always. You take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Woods.
All right, Justice Chavez, no other hands up over Zoom.
Thank you, officer, for being with us the entire afternoon. We really appreciate the Department of Public Safety and all they do for us throughout the state, but in particular, just coming to spend time with us. Thank you so much. We are adjourned.